Guys, good morning. Holy shit. It is Thursday. Is that right? March 5th, 8:41 a.m. Another beautiful day in sunny Los Angeles. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Lopsided Pixel, 6 pink, 1 blue. Perukja Uno Potato. Kitty Tisser, Rory, Unknown Soul, NXA, Heyman Flicks, Real Life Gamer Girl, Super Snake, Sugar Sharp, Zyranthius Blarg, Britannic Dave, Tyler, Baba Dewey, Britannic, Super Planet, Mitchell, Esoteric Dichotomy, Michael, Chameleon, Mr. October, Elvira, Patrick Nublar. Good morning, guys. Hello. You should grow out that front hair patch. This one right here? I don't know. That used to be a style, actually. The punk rocker kids that were in the town that I grew up with, they would just grow out their bangs, and then they would shave the rest of their head. I don't know if the kids still do that these days. Check out the Adam Friedland Newsom interview if you get the chance. It's worth it, to be honest. Interesting. I knew that was happening. Adam. I mean, there's a few things I want to get to today. Marathon is coming out in a couple of hours. I think I do want to play a bunch of that today. We might play a lot of video games today. This is an hour-long conversation between Adam Friedland and Gavin Newsom. For me, Adam Friedland is like a little hit and miss, just a little bit. Politics for 1 hour and 17 minutes. Marathon for 10 hours. I don't know if I'll play for fucking 10 hours, but Hutch, I need you to address soy pill BBL allegations immediately. What is BBL? What does that mean? Brazilian butt lift. Oh no. Oh no. Did you see the new Legal Eagle video? Trump apparently wants to nationalize elections on Dan Bongino's podcast. He can want things all he wants, but that doesn't mean that he's going to be able to do it. He can't nationalize elections. Legal Eagle. Trump's insane plan to steal elections. Oh, okay. I'm familiar with this story.
The 2026 midterms are just around the corner, and the president is starting to panic, as are his fellow Republicans who are facing terrible polls and historical swings in off-year elections. Not to worry, though. The president has a plan, and that plan is to make it really hard for Americans to vote. On February 4th, Trump went on Dan Bongino's podcast and announced that elections needed to be nationalized.
We want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
A few weeks later, a PBS News reporter asked him about a 17-page draft executive order that would do.
How will he enforce national elections? Listen, he can try, but good luck with that.
Just that.
Are you considering a national emergency around the midterm elections?
Who told you that?
Who told you that? Not, there's no such document. Not, that's absurd. Trump didn't disavow it because he knows it's real. In fact, it's been kicking around Republican inboxes for almost a year now. For the past year, the Trump administration has been running an all-fronts campaign to seize control of American elections through executive orders, FBI raids, Justice.
Hutch, I think you had a good debate, but one weak point felt like distinguishing between strict legality and the spirit of the Constitution. Destiny felt more correct there. Can you remind me what you're talking about there? Distinguishing between strict legality and the spirit of the Constitution? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Paquito, he also can't tariff anyone, yet here we are badly. I don't know what is happening, but when the Supreme Court came out with their decision, Donald Trump complied with their decision. I don't know what is happening here. You said you want to focus on things that are doable, and your example was Supreme Court term limits. Make it make sense for me, please. How do you need help understanding that? I'm not sure what you mean. One second. You're starting the stream like a dog in a burning house meme saying everything is fine. Trump complied with the Supreme Court by finding a workaround after an entire year of legal tariffs. That is what presidents do, though. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. If the president invokes some kind of authority to justify some action they're taking, and then the Supreme Court says, well, that's not what the law says, you're not in compliance with the law, and then the administration announces a new method of pursuing the same policy but with a different legal rationale, and they're acting within the boundaries of the Supreme Court opinion, that is pretty normal, I think, for presidents. I'm pretty sure every president has done something similar. If you're bringing up the tariffs as an example of Trump just doing whatever he wants without any kind of regard for checks and balances, it's just not a very good example to bring up. Because nothing he's doing right now with a new avenue of implementing tariffs is amounts to ignoring the Supreme Court. They told him to get rid of them, but all he did was reduce to 10% worldwide tariff. No, what they told him is that he couldn't invoke the... What they told him was that you can't pursue these tariffs using that particular, like, law is what happened. That is normal. I don't know what to tell you. Mr. Green with $2. What's your thoughts on turnaround FIR courts? Wait, well, I don't know what that means. Turnaround FIR courts decision? I don't know what that means. Aren't Supreme Court appointments lifetime per the Constitution? How could you get around that? I don't know if they're per the Constitution lifetime. No, I think the Congress can implement term limits with legislation. Pretty sure. Could be wrong about that. You want to build a winning coalition to keep Republicans out. Destiny wants to punish them so they stop acting like fucking lunatics. Well, to be clear, I want both. To be clear, I want both. I think the difference between me and Destiny is when I ask him for the particulars of how you punish Republicans, I oftentimes have trouble getting particulars, and when I do ask for particulars and then challenge the particulars with like really realistic questions, right? Like, if Donald Trump pardons himself and the rest of his cabinet on the way out, what do you do? And when I hear the answer, well, you just like stack the court with 30 Supreme Court justices. It's like, well, okay, well, we need to examine what that looks like. You know, how do you actually do that? That doesn't seem likely. You can't just say stuff like, well, you just don't have the fucking balls to do what needs to be done. I'm doing the meme here, but it's not a meme. I'm just asking questions like, how do you actually accomplish what you're talking about? It seems like you're going to run into a lot of resistance from the Congress and from the courts if you try to do the things that you're saying. And then I just get these like vague pushback, like, well, you know, if one were brave enough to be extra legal in some kind of way, then you could get it done. It's like, well, I'm going to need some specifics there because suspend the Constitution to punish stupid analogies. Yes or no? I'm on board with that. Destiny answered you 1 million times. The problem is like once he would give answers, and then when I would ask very logical questions like, well, that seems like a tall order, adding 30 Supreme Court justices. Don't think you're going to have the votes to do that. It would inevitably reach a point where the answer was something like, well, you know, if one were creative enough, you would just like figure out a way to do it. And I'm sorry, but I think you need a lot more particulars there. If you can't get into the particulars, or if you can't contend with the very like practical questions, then you can't blame other people for not taking this plan seriously. That's easier than term limits. You think that packing the court with 30 Supreme Court justices would be easier than getting term limits done? That's what you're saying? A very logical question like, but we're pundits, Destiny, we can't make space for ideas. I'm gonna ban you in a second here. Okay, yeah, I'm done with you. You're fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Mr. Gene with $5. Thoughts on how long it takes for Supreme Courts to make a decision? Is it fast enough to keep damage to a minimum? Well, if there's something that is relevant to something that's happening soon, like an election, then the Supreme Court usually moves with great haste. That's what happened in 2020, for example, when there were those challenges, and yeah. One requires a law and the other requires a constitutional amendment. Packing the court is easier than implementing term limits. Yes. I'm not sure if, hold on, if you're right that term limits require a constitutional amendment, then yes, you're correct. I just don't know if that's true. Could Congress add term limits to Supreme Court justices? You might be right. Hang on. Congress cannot simply pass a regular law to impose true term limits on Supreme Court justices because the Constitution grants them life tenure during good behavior, but Congress may have some room to create functional term limits, depending on how far the reform goes and how the courts interpret it. Two main paths Congress could try. One would be a constitutional amendment, and then the other would be statutory term limits via reassignment. Congress could pass a law giving justices 18-year active terms on the Supreme Court, after which they continue serving as federal judges in a senior or lower court capacity. This model is supported by some scholars and reform advocates. Okay, so I'm okay to say that I was wrong about that. I didn't realize that you would need a constitutional amendment. So yeah, I guess in practice, it would be easier to add 30 Supreme Court justices than to implement term limits. However, there are some theories as to how you could get around that through Congress, but they're untested. Nevertheless, I think there is an issue if I say, well, what do you do if, you know, you do some kind of an extra legal thing and you go after Republicans and then it goes to the courts, and it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. And oh, I forgot to say, and then it goes to the courts, it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, no, get fucked, you can't do that. I don't think you get to just say, like, well, at that point you would just like add 30 Supreme Court justices. I don't understand how anybody could say something like that and then get upset if I'm like, well, how do you expect to do that? It's very unlikely that you're going to have the support from Congress. You need the support of Congress if you want to do a lot of these things, guys. You cannot just add, like, Governor Gavin Newsom. God damn it. Gavin Newsom cannot just say, like, well, I'm going to add 30 seats. Well, it doesn't work that way. You can't just do that by yourself. Not if he has the Senate. No. Why are we doing this? Please, I'm begging you guys. Having a Senate majority does not guarantee that he's going to have the support that he needs in the Senate to add 30 Supreme Court justices. Please acknowledge that you cannot just assume that having a Senate majority is going to be enough to add 30 Supreme Court justices. The Senate is not going to do that. He is not going to have the votes to do that. Hutch, you convinced the Congress by convincing the American people. Oh, it's that simple, huh? Well, shit, I didn't think about that. Just do the thing, right? Yeah, just fucking do it. Just get out there and, convince Americans that adding 30 Supreme Court justices, oh, that's easy. You just be super charismatic and just get it done, right? We need to really focus on what's important right now. You are going to have to admit that you can still save your hairline with proper supplements and medication. I don't give a fuck. I like being bald. I like it. I like that shit. Hergeberg, yes, Hutch. Trump convinced Americans of much dumber things. This is doable. What did he convince them of? What are you talking about? Everything that he's pushed for has become less popular. Why do people live in the upside down? You guys live in a different universe than I do. What are you talking about? Trump is underwater on every fucking issue right now. Literally every issue. Everything he suggests becomes less popular. Did you see the Hassan clip about having Newsom talk to him? I didn't see the clip yet, but I read the caption. He had them convinced that he was good on the economy. Well, he's better at running a campaign than he is at governing. Like, just tell me I'm wrong, okay? What is one thing that Donald Trump has pushed as president that's gotten more popular? You can't, it's a rhetorical question. The answer is nothing. Literally nothing. Fucking literally nothing. Jesus. Because he lies. Okay. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, typically presidents, when they push for things, they get less popular. It's very, very rare. I mean, like, Barack Obama, this is a really good example. Barack Obama, he ran on the ACA, right? Like, he ran on basically like the framework of the ACA. And then he coasts to just the most convincing electoral victory in the modern era. And then as they're negotiating the bill, it becomes really vulnerable to attacks. And then the ACA became less popular. And then they passed it, and it was like the popularity was down in the 30s. And it took like 6 or 7 years for it to become popular. Anti-immigration is more popular now than before Trump. This is just simply not true. What are you talking about? It's the opposite. It's literally the opposite. Hang on. I showed you guys the poll like last week. Bozzy with €5. The issue is that everything that nosedives his support is catastrophic. He knocks down the West Wing, loses support, but there's still rubble there. No, I'm not saying. Of course he can do damage. Of course he can do damage. Now I need to find that poll, but we looked at a poll last week, guys. It was support for less immigration in the country peaked in 2002. This was a year after September 11th. That kind of makes sense. At 55%. So the amount of people, the percentage of people in the country that want less immigration peaked right after September 11th, and it trended downwards throughout the 21st century. And now it is at an all-time low. And support for more immigration is trending up. And support for maintaining the same amount of immigration levels, which is pro-immigration, is trending up. So it's just the opposite, that Donald Trump is like convinced America to be less pro-immigration. There's a difference between border security and immigration. A 25-year-old survey. Dog. It's a survey that shows the trend line throughout the 21st century. Paul with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it. Bozzy with €5. I think I already got you for that. I had to do with $2. Underwater on economy by 35 points, according to Fox. Jesus Christ. Is it really 35 points? My goodness. What's the trend line since 2016? Well, now I need to find the fucking... God damn it. Now I need to find the... I wonder if I can go through my history and just scroll back. Open history page. Let me see if I can... It was like last week. Oh God, this is going to take forever. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. Excuse me. Was it Sunday? It might have been Sunday. Nope. I don't think it was Sunday. Friday. I think it was Friday. Let me see if I can find this. I do find it interesting, guys, that so many people are committed to, dare I say, reverse Green Lantern theory, where you guys seem to think that Donald Trump is this all-powerful guy that is just he can just manipulate the public into thinking whatever he wants. What is this based on? What are you talking about? If that's true, why is he like literally historically unpopular? I can't find this fucking poll. I will keep scrolling for hours if I have to, if I need to do that to find the poll. Not the wider base, but his culty base for sure. But that doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Dog, he's been president twice. Do you understand there's a difference between campaigning and like winning elections and having the ability to manipulate the public into thinking what he wants? In both occasions, he ran savvy elections. He won in 2016. He won in 2024. And do you know what happened after both times? Everything he touched turned to shit. Do you guys realize this? Everything he touched turned to shit. He became unpopular right away in his first term. Everything he was doing, everything he tried to do was unpopular. That's why the Democrats had a blue wave in 2018. It was because his attack on the ACA was unpopular. Everything he's done so far during this term is unpopular. Everything. Yeah, but he won. But how does that contradict my point? Yes, he won. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like, are presidents easily able to sway public opinion in these massive kinds of way? Because you guys seem to think that the way that hypothetical President Newsom is going to galvanize support to stack the court with 30 Supreme Court justices to be able to get the amount of Senate votes that you need to do something like that. And you guys are saying, well, you just like whip support with the public. It's like, do you think that's going to be fucking just straightforward or easy? Do you really think that this is realistic, that Newsom is going to be able to tour the country and convince America that it's the right thing to do to add 30 Supreme Court justices? And you don't understand how this is fantastical thinking? It's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. There's just no evidence that this is like a feasible thing. It's not going to happen. No, but it is their job and duty to try to change public opinion on it. They shouldn't just not try. I think you should not try as president to do like a tour around the country and try to convince people to be on board with adding 30 Supreme Court justices. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. I don't know what to tell you guys. You guys live in a different America than I do, but that's not going to work. I can't find this fucking poll, okay? Just take my word for it. Use ChatGPT. I'd Google it. Just look at support for like less immigration versus more immigration and how it's trended in the 21st century. All right? Just Google it, all right? I'm going to be that guy. Just fucking Google it, okay? Last Titan with €2. 2 euros? 2 euro? I don't even. These are pounds, not euros. Okay, well, I don't know these symbols. All right. Fellow Runner with $5. See if you can chat with Counterpoints. He agrees with you, and we would like to flesh out the Destiny versus Hutch debate if you have time. Thanks. Did he message me or something? What I am going to do, guys, is, because there's somebody else who can make some of these points a lot better than I can. I reached out to both of them and they're both down. And what I'm going to do is host a conversation between Laksha and Destiny. And we can get into the feasibility of some of these things. Luna with 5 Canadian. Yesterday's debate with Destiny was awesome on both sides. I hope you talk with Destiny more on these subjects. Thanks for all the work thanks for all your work, Hutch. Thank you, buddy. Thaddeus with $10. Yeah, but Hutch, I'm 40. My entire life has been a cycle between right-wingers fucking everything up, starting wars, then Dems clean it up. Republicans face no consequences. They get crazier over and over. Like, listen, I'm right there with you, man. I'm turning 43 this year. Wait, are you trolling, Jordan? Why don't you debate Destiny? Are you scared? Are you trolling? Is this a troll? I'm turning 43 this year, so I get it. I really understand. It used to bother me a lot more when I was young, and now I was devastated after 2024. I had to put on a brave face the night that I was streaming. I was streaming the election results live that night. That was a devastating night. I did not feel super cash money, and I felt like complete shit for probably like 3 or 4 months. But I did shift into a different kind of mode. I was like, all right, that was a shitty election. What do we got next? And then I just focus on the next thing. And, I'm not saying that it's like not scary. I don't know. I agree with that. It's very frightening. I saw on DGG top comments say they don't mind losing the election as long as Trump admin gets punished. Your thoughts? I don't even like that this is being framed as, well, we have this option or that option. That we don't have an option to like trade losing elections for punishing the hypothetical President Newsom cannot just decide to punish Trump. He has to That's something that needs to happen in the courts. The Congress can move. The Congress can impeach Donald Trump after he loses, after he leaves office the second time. And in the course of their investigations, they can make criminal referrals to DOJ. And then if they find crimes, like that's what happened during the January 6th Select Subcommittee hearing or investigations. And that's what happened. They made a criminal referral to DOJ. Merrick Garland ended up appointing Jack Smith. Jack Smith actually relied heavily on those criminal referrals. And that was one of the reasons why Jack Smith was able to announce charges like pretty quickly. It was within like 4 or 5 months. And then you take those charges to a judge and the judge decides if there's a valid basis for a trial, and then you have a trial, and like that's how you do that. And you can't just decide that you're going to punish, like a politician like Gavin Newsom, if he's president, cannot just decide I'm gonna punish Republicans and Trump. That's why we have a judiciary. And if the judiciary says no, or if the judiciary says he has criminal immunity because of the Supreme Court decision, what do you do? Like, what do you do, right? These are things that you need to think about, right? Like if your plan is to punish the administration, it's like these are things that you need to think about. Like, okay, well, how do you do that, right? Thaddeus with $10. I think I already got you for that one. Vishy with $2. I can't cap with you, old man. I loved last night's heated discussion for the 2.5 hours I had time to watch. Seems like two people essentially on the same side having a productive heated debate. I like it and need more of it. Here. I'm just gonna show you. Here's like the perfect image to encapsulate the debate last night. Hang on, let me find it. Fuck. Hang on 1 second. Supposedly fun. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about there. And yes, that is where I'm going with this. It's like this. That's where we're at right now. Dave with $10. You and Tiny are looking at the guardrail. It's bent in a very abnormal way. You're saying the guardrails can be fixed. Tiny thinks it needs to be removed and replaced. This is a good summary. Well, I mean, I don't even know if I agree with you that that's his position, that we need to remove the guardrail. I don't know. He definitely said extra legal. Like he definitely said that we should pursue extra legal remedies. But again, like there's a process for all of these things. You understand that? I think that's the issue that I'm having right now with a lot of you guys, is you seem to think that you can just make a decision to do things. And I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is America, okay? This is fucking America, okay? We have no kings in America, okay? Newsom cannot just decide to punish Donald Trump. He does not have the authority to just punish Donald Trump. If to the extent that there will be any kind of like punishment that occurs, that's going to either come from the Congress or the courts. if his DOJ find evidence of crimes and the immunity decision does not apply in that context, and the courts rule that a criminal case can move forward, then that is the way that you do that. But those are your options. And if the judges of the Supreme Court shut any of that down, you can impeach those judges, you can pack the court, but you need Congress for these things. And right now, things are very polarized, and it's very difficult to imagine having a mandate from Congress, having enough votes in Congress to add 30 Supreme Court justices. Very unlikely that you can find enough votes to do that, even if you have like a 55-seat majority or a 56-seat majority. Really difficult to imagine. I think the conversation went over Hutch's head. Mark, just explain to me, like, what I think it's fair to ask. How do you plan to accomplish these things? All right, that's a fair question. And with respect to Destiny, I think it is kind of a cop-out to be like, well, that almost doesn't even matter. Once you make the decision to do it, you can come up with anything. It's like, well, no, that's not quite true. You still need to go through a process. Unless, are we talking about just, sending the FBI to, arrest someone without any charges? I mean, you can do that. That is technically an option, right? Hutch is thinking like the problem is solved after winning the election. Destiny is thinking past the election. No, forgive me, respectfully. I don't think that's what's happening. If you can't tell me by which mechanism you plan to accomplish these things that you're talking about, you're not actually thinking past the next election. You're just coming up with a solution in your mind. Okay, we're gonna punish Republicans. We're gonna put them in jail. We're gonna blah, 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 blah. We're gonna just coming up, and you're not bothering to flesh out the details of how you would actually do that. And then when someone presses you on the details, like, well, what if this happens and what if that happens? You just kind of come up with the fantastical idea of like, well, you just fucking get it done. You just fucking just lock in and get it done. Just wait till the midterms, guys. It'll be fine if we just hope and wait till the midterms. You know what? You're right. I'm naive. You're right. You know what? I'm going to concede this one. I'm a big fucking gigantic pussy. I don't have the fucking nutsack, the fortitude, the resolve to do what needs to be done. I should take your position, and I should do what you obviously know needs to be done, which is to write a bunch of comments on the internet about how we need to do stuff. You're right. My way, pussy shit. I'm going to start doing things your way moving forward, which is to say, I'm just going to fire up the live stream and talk about doing things. That's the real warrior spirit, okay? I need to be able to say at the end of the day that I left everything on the court, that I gave it everything I had. Meaning typing some comments on the internet about how we need to do stuff. That's going to save this republic right now. I need to type more comments on the internet about how we need to do things, like very vaguely. And then if I'm pressed on the details, I'm going to say, you know what? We'll figure it out when we get there. It's pussy shit to even ask me for specifics. I'm sorry. I love you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just playing with you. I'm sorry. We can take some calls. We can take some calls here. Hello, hello. Hello.
Hey, Hutch, give me 1 second to fix my audio.
All right.
I watch your stream at the same time I'm in Discord, so sometimes it messes with it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hey, so I just wanted to do 2 house cleaning things with you. You should quickly Google Brazilian Ronaldo front hair, and that's the style I think you should roll with.
Brazilian
Ronaldo
front hair?
Yeah, it was a style he rocked a long time ago. It was an older football player from overseas. And I heard somebody earlier in your chat bring up the front patch hair that you brought up with the punk rockers, and that was the first thing that came to my mind.
He looks like again, he looks like a punk rocker, like seventh grader from fucking 1996 for this. Literally.
So true.
Literally.
I just thought that was funny. It's the first thing that came to mind. The other thing is you should totally take off and play some of that game that you're talking about. Video gaming every once in a while is a good thing. But on point.
Marathon. Yeah.
Yeah. But on point, I have 2 things. Watched your awesome conversation with Destiny last night, and it's basically related to that. Last time we spoke, I brought up some Minnesota stuff because I'm from Minnesota, and you brought up Minnesota again last night, so I had to call in, obviously, and talk to you a bit about that. I'm just curious because, like, the way that you made it seem was like, because of all the protests you see related to ICE in Minnesota, that's a good sign for the elections in November. And I'm just curious, do you think any of our Republican House members are losing their seats?
Yes.
Which one?
Oh, I don't. I'm not qualified for that. Are you saying are Republicans going to lose seats in the midterms?
In Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
And I'm talking about specifically for our House, U.S. House, not our state House.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know if there are any toss-up seats in Minnesota, but across the country, yes, there's going to be
true.
Like, I think there's going to be dozens of Republicans that lose their seats.
Okay, so you're saying, I'm just trying to clarify, because my interpretation of what you were mentioning last night related to Minnesota was that type of, massive outcry here in Minnesota would lead to, state or U.S. House seats in Minnesota flipping. But I just wanted to clarify, I do not think that's happening. I don't think any one of our U.S. House senators or representatives here in Minnesota that are Republican are losing their seats this November. I think that they're all pretty safe. And I just thought that was what you were saying. And I apologize if that was not what you were implying.
Oh, no, I definitely didn't mean to restrict the conversation to just Minnesota representatives. But also, I didn't mean to suggest that what I'm optimistic about when I look at the Minnesota protests is necessarily electoral results, although I think like that's a part of it. When I see the kind of protests that happened in Minnesota after the ICE shootings, I'm more talking about like holistically, generally. I think if Donald Trump pops off, for example, and tries to seize voting machines and these kinds of things, I think there will be tens of millions of people marching in the streets. I don't think he will have the kind of institutional support that he needs to pull off a coup like that. I don't think he would have the support of the military. I don't think, I think he would ultimately fail. I think that, I do have faith in the American people that we're not going to just like let him do stuff and not respond very, very strongly.
Okay, fair. Like I said, I must have misinterpreted because it sounded like you were saying like the massive waves were going to lead to stuff, potentially even locally. That's my bad. I just misinterpreted.
Well, you fucked up.
Yeah, I did. My bad.
You fucked up.
So bad.
Yeah.
But the other thing I wanted to ask you about related to last night's conversation was,
wait, hang on. Why are you doing this snarky shit? This snarky fucking bullshit. Okay, sure, bud. We had the fucking second largest protest ever in the entire history of the country. The largest one was like Earth Day in the fucking 70s, where there were tens of millions of people, I think, or I don't know how much the number was. That was the biggest day. The second biggest day of protest in terms of total numbers of people taking to the streets happened during this term. In fact, the third place happened during this term. And you think if Donald Trump announces ahead of time he's going to fucking steal voting machines, that this is not going to produce the largest protest movement ever? You can't imagine that happening? How fucking black-pilled are you? Bro, that like, how did we have the largest, second and third largest protests ever in American history over ICE stuff? And you don't think that this is going to provoke millions of people, millions and millions, probably tens of millions of people to take to the streets and demonstrate and disrupt things and do a general strike and like it's going to be fucking nuts in the street if he does something like that. Nuts. I don't know why. Like, how fucking black-pilled are you? Like, they killed 2 Americans in Minnesota. They killed 2 Americans in Minnesota. And the tens of thousands, 50,000 people were marching in sub-zero temperatures. And you guys are like, you have so much faith in Americans that they would fucking... They're already doing it right now, man. Like, I don't know what to... I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Literally no problem. The only thing I bring up related to what you just ranted about was that all the people protesting are from incredibly blue areas here in Minneapolis. This is why I was trying to bring up earlier. I don't think any of our House seats for the U.S. Senate in Minnesota or the United States House reps are getting replaced that are Republican, like Pete Stauber, for example. Like, these guys are just locked in permanently from my perspective here in Minnesota. So, like, I agree with you. Yeah, I think we're going to win massively electorally around the country. But individual protests in individual places don't mean that that entire state is going to flip some way. Minnesota's historically a very, very purple place, and we have very strong Republicans in the rural areas.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I would have to break it down district by district in Minnesota to see what the margins of victory were in 2024 for each of those races. But I mean, I don't know if you're aware, but we've had some insane special elections with massive 30+ point shifts. We just flipped.
Oh no, I'm totally aware.
We just flipped Arkansas. We just flipped to Arkansas state house seat by 32 points, bro. It was a 32 point.
Our state house in Minnesota, I will feel like we're at like a 1 vote majority for the Democrats right now. I strongly expect that to increase for our Minnesota House and Senate. I'm strictly talking country level House and Senate races. I don't think our Republicans are.
Again, I don't know about Minnesota, but we are definitely going to flip some fucking seats in November.
No, I agree. I think we're taking back the House for sure. I think you and I are on the same page that we're taking back the House, and it's a toss-up, maybe 45-65. We take the Senate majority. Maybe you're a bit less strong on that than I am. I don't know.
I'm a little less bullish on the Senate now because of Cornyn, because of that situation. But
oh yeah, that's fair. True. Yeah. But anyway, the other point I wanted to bring up before your very righteous screed there was related to your conversation with Destiny last night. I agree with your points more than his, but I did have one kind of question for you that kind of arose from some other conversations I was having in wake of your conversation. Uh-huh. So assume for a moment, please, if you can step into a hypothetical, that Destiny gets his way and we punish the Trump administration extrajudicially somehow. We get a lot of people in jail. It's all taken care of. And then the result of that is, in fact, that we do, in fact, lose the next election, like you claim to. Mm-hmm. But let's say, for this hypothetical, we lose to John McCain. Now that the guy's not here, obviously. But like, I'm talking about an incredibly moderate Republican from, the time when Republicans weren't crazy.
I see where you're going with this.
Would that be a outcome?
In this extremely...
I acknowledge it's extreme.
Unlikely.
Like, you don't have to get me out there.
I mean, listen, if you extrajudicially imprison Republicans, it ain't going to be like a John McCain Republican that wins that primary, okay? It's going to be, like hellfire and brimstone.
I agree that is the vastly more likely outcome. I'm just trying to see where the line might be here.
But in this very specific hypothetical that is not based in reality whatsoever, I might take that bargain, yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's ultimately what Destiny was trying to get across.
Hang on. I don't even think I would take that bargain. No, I don't. I think that like once you agree to extrajudicially imprison people, that is, I mean, listen, for all the bright lines that Donald Trump has crossed throughout this second term and first term, that is a line that I think that just like slingshots us closer to a fucking civil war. So I don't think I would pick that one. No. And the next president would just like let those people out of jail immediately. So what did you get for that?
Well, again, that's the point that we're trying to get across with this hypothetical, that those two things that you just mentioned wouldn't be a result. I don't think John McCain would go out of his way to do extra fucking crazy unconstitutional things as retaliation. I don't think that that was something that Mitt Romney would favor either. I think that both of those guys would be, principally opposed to negatively using the Constitution like that. So that's kind of the point and parcel of the fucking hypothetical, is that assuming that a rational being takes back the presidency from the opposed side, and that they are, like Destiny said, acting now in good faith. Would you or would you not take that?
No, I would not take that. No.
What would be the negatives that makes you say no?
I don't think that we should take those kinds of steps to, like, I know it's going to piss some people off.
So it's a principle. So it's principle, not an outcome based thing.
But the principle has a purpose, though. Like, the reason for the principle.
No, I don't disagree.
So, like, I think if you, first of all, I do need more specifics here. What does it mean to extrajudicially?
Yeah, I used a term there. Like, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a person who knows this stuff, but like, I just used that term as a catch-all for doing things that maybe are not part of the normal, like, norms. Like,
well,
so
no,
for
hang
example,
on. Hang on, but the term extrajudicial goes way beyond like violating norms. What are we talking about?
And that might be my bad. That might be my bad for using the wrong term. I'm simply just trying to say, as a catch-all term for use any means possible. We do in fact use those means. Now, I don't have, steps because I'm not that lawyer. I had an idea. I don't know if it's even possible. Like, for example, we take back the House, but we don't take back the Senate. So we use the investigation powers of the House to find, any and all possible crimes. Then we punish people, including active sitting members of Congress.
What does
then
it mean?
They get removed from their office seats, and then we take whatever means from a vote from that point.
None of that is going to happen.
No, I don't. Again, it's a hypothetical, man. I agree with you. It's not going to happen. Remember, I'm on your side on the Destiny conversation. I'm just posing a hypothetical.
But the hypothetical itself is like not, it's not helpful at all. It doesn't help to get at like proper strategy moving forward, because if
and it isn't about a proper strategy, it's about trying to nail down what positions the disagreement might actually be about. Because I think Destiny thinks it is possible. You don't think it is possible. But here's
what I think the disagreement is about. Okay, like I think that Destiny and a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people in DGG, they seem to think that if there are not extreme punishments and consequences to basically the entire Republican Party right now, that the Republic is doomed. And I just don't agree. I don't agree. Of course, it would be ideal to punish people who do crimes, and to people who contribute to the erosion of the rule of law in this country. Like, in an ideal world, obviously, people that do these kinds of things would be punished and would be disincentivized in that kind of way. But the reality is what the reality is. And we do live in a world right now where, unfortunately, Donald Trump got to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And now we have a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court. And they have decided in their infinite wisdom that presidents have broad immunity stuff. And unfortunately, it is the case that presidents do have pardon powers. And so we might be barreling towards an outcome at the end of this term where Trump pardons everybody in the cabinet, and the next administration's DOJ will be very, very limited in what they can do. And, for some people, they hear that and they go, "That's fucking bullshit. I can't accept that." And it's like, okay, I mean, I understand the frustration there, but what do you want to do about that? What are you actually saying should be done about that? There's not any great answers there. There's nothing that really makes any sense or that is feasible or plausible, even remotely plausible. The idea of Newsom could just add 30 Supreme Court justices. Well, he can't just simply decide to do that. He does have to go through Congress to get that to happen. And if you're telling me, well, that just whipped the votes in Congress, well, okay, well, now you're doing the Kyle Kulinski thing where it's like, why didn't Joe Biden get a public option or a $15 an hour minimum wage? It's like, well, you're constrained by the Congress. The system itself will constrain the next Democratic administration in how far they can go to pursue this administration. That's kind of a separate point, but like, if you can't get the kind of accountability at the federal level that a lot of DGG and Destiny seem to think is just like really, really necessary, you have different avenues at the state level to pursue charges, like what we saw in Georgia and New York. Like, that's on the table, obviously. But to me, if you made me pick one, I think maybe this is the question that we can just avoid the hypothetical and just ask me, like, if I could only pick one, what would I pick? Would I pick reforms that address the structural imbalances that currently exist that favor Republicans, and reforms to criminalize a lot of the behavior that we've seen from Republicans and Donald Trump to make sure that these things are way harder to do in the future if they want to like try to steal elections or subvert democracy and If you ask me to choose between those reforms and, lock them up, I'm going to pick the reforms. Like, those things are going to be a better bulwark against this kind of corruption in the future than
what would be some
Republicans.
examples of those reforms?
Well, we got into it last night. There's like structural reforms to address the court, like court reforms. We talked about term limits. We talked about
specifically, though, because you can't do term limits. You just talked about how you can't.
Yeah, you can. What do you mean? Yes, you can.
You just went over it with your chat that they're lifetime appointments for the Supreme Court. It would take a constitutional amendment to do so, and you're talking about feasibility, and we both know that's not feasible.
Well, first of all, I just did a cursory search, and there do seem to be some legal theories about how Congress could, effectively get there without a constitutional amendment. And the same goes for the
legal theories that would get slapped down by the Supreme Court, though.
Well,
sorry, my bad.
Again, at every step, you would just have to work within the boundaries of the system. So, like, more, I think, like practical, like reforms that we could do right away at a more immediate timeline would be like getting rid of the filibuster. That's something that is very much doable. Former President.
How does that prevent like the lawlessness that is the Trump administration?
Because
you said you wanted to do these reforms.
We're talking about, but that reform is meant to deal with the issue of the like structural imbalances in favor of Republicans. Like, it's to.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we're talking about helping Democrats win more elections. I think that if you get rid of the filibuster and the Democrats are actually in a position to deliver transformative legislation that does like really good stuff, and that those things might take some years before they become popular, whatever bills they pass, but it'll be worth it to be able to say 6 years from now, well, we got rid of the filibuster and then we introduced a public option, or we introduced paid family leave. And this makes Democrats' job easier in the future to pitch to Americans like, hey, the last time you gave us power, we did this, like, give us power again.
Right.
We can do more stuff. So like that kind of reform is about helping Democrats win elections and make a better pitch to the voters. But as far as reforms to address the criminality that you're talking about, I would have to bring in like policy wonks to go over possible legislation to address these things. I can just tell you just flat out, like, I'm sure there are a lot of things that we could do to.
Would that have been a satisfactory answer from Destiny last night when you asked for specifics for how you would hold people accountable? For him to say, you know what, I don't have anything right now. I'm not a policy person, but I could probably bring some people in for you to talk to. Would you have accepted that last night? Because I don't think you would have. You were pretty adamant.
But my issue was the things that Destiny was prescribing are things that have to go through a process. And so if I tell you I'm not qualified to get into like super wonky details on policy, that's not the same thing, because these policies are things that can be passed through the Congress. When Destiny says something like, well, you just make a decision to jail these people and then you pretextualize the reason to do it, it's like, well, you still have to get into details there. You can't, it's really not that simple. You can't just say like, well, I've made a decision to imprison Donald Trump and I'll just retroactively figure out how to do it. It's like, well, no, I mean, you need to say like, what are you talking about here? Like, how would you do that? Because the system will buck up against Newsom in this hypothetical and say no.
I don't disagree.
And then what do you do? Like, do you just ignore the courts or what? Like, yeah.
Right. So like for me, like the analogy follows that, like from your perspective, I think we just need to do some things, some reforms. I don't know what those reforms are, but once we get in power, we can do said reforms as opposed to Destiny's. I don't
Well,
know
no,
what
I
the
gave you
avenues that we would
specific-
take would be, but we.
Well, no, I did give you specific reforms, but the difference here is like I'm not telling you that those reforms are necessarily going to be immediately possible. Like so
Well, you didn't.
to pass a constitutional amendment to add term limits or to get to develop the kind of consensus in Congress that you need to pass these reforms to maybe enforce a binding code of ethics for the Supreme Court is something that gets brought up a lot. Like these are doable things, but they're doable on a long timeline. I'm not saying that you can do that in the first 2 years or 4 years or 6 years. My whole argument last night was this is probably going to take fucking decades to address most of these problems. Like, do you
So if
agree?
Destiny told you that it would take decades to hold the Trump administration accountable, that would be acceptable?
I don't even understand what that means. Trump is going to be dead in the next probably
Well,
like 10,
we could
10
still
to 15
retroactively
years.
hold people accountable because Destiny's whole point is that you hold them accountable so they don't have it in the future. So if we, in 10 years, eventually hold the Trump administration accountable, even retroactively, even if Trump is dead, we can still get some people who won't be dead. Then, like, if that's the case, that it took 10 years and we had to get a constitutional amendment to remove the pardon power or some other factor, then that would be acceptable.
Fine. Yeah, that would,
Okay,
of
cool.
course,
Okay.
yeah, because at that point you're working within the boundaries of the system. You're not tossing the Constitution. But that's not what Destiny was saying. You're making a different argument. Destiny was saying,
No, I agree. I totally said so. That's why I said if he had said so. I'm not saying that was Destiny's position. I'm just really trying to understand the crux of the disagreement between you guys because I like you guys both as content creators. Though to be honest, I only watch your live streams and only watch his YouTube videos.
to me, that was, well, we went over the disagreements at the end of the conversation. Where there were
Yeah, I really liked that, by the way. That was really nice.
Yeah, there were two main disagreements there. Yeah.
All right, cool. It was really awesome. That's really all I had to ask you. And it sounds like, again, we're in 95% agreement on everything. So,
All right, man. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it.
yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Take her easy. Mr. Middleman with $5. The best point you made is that the majority of people are ignorant, not indifferent. Exposing MAGA corruption is still a worthy cause to pursue. I agree, but that there are limits to that. Like, we did, like the Democrats did aggressively. Hold on, I want to know. In the context of Trump's first term and everything that followed, I want to know, do you guys agree or disagree that the Democratic Party aggressively moved to inform the public about Donald Trump's corruption? Do we agree or disagree on that? I'm getting triggered right now. How could you say no? We impeached the man not once, but twice. We did an unprecedented thing. We impeached a president after he left office. The first impeachment, that took how many months?
Hey guys, what's going on?
I hate you guys. The first impeachment took how many months? How long was that process? 2-3 months. We had a whole trial and everything. I was live for almost every minute of those trials. I woke up at fucking 4 a.m. for like a month and a half. 12-hour days, man. We were punching that card every fucking day. You know, and then we impeached him again after he lost the election. We impeached him after he left office. They did in January. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats established a dedicated subcommittee. Their only job was to investigate Donald Trump's involvement with January 6th and the administration broadly. And they did those things. They had hearings. They had public hearings. Guess what? A lot of the public just didn't give a fuck. They didn't watch those hearings. They don't care about the clips. How many times has a Democrat got in front of a microphone and a podium and done a press conference talking about Donald Trump's corruption, criminality? They are doing these things. My point is, I think you guys are some of you guys are misdirecting your anger. Because the Democrats have aggressively, consistently throughout Donald Trump's presidencies tried to inform and educate the population on Donald Trump's criminality and corruption. And you cannot force, unfortunately. Maybe that's what we do, okay? Maybe that's the path forward here, okay? Maybe we need re-education retreats. Not camps. Not camps. They're definitely not camps. Everybody needs to be really super clear that they are not camps. They are mandatory retreats. Like, it's like a company. It's like a mandatory company retreat, okay? We won't throw you in jail if you don't show up to the re-education retreats. But we will show up at your house and strap you to a gurney and physically move you to these retreats. And then we will, we'll have it be like a Clockwork Orange, where we strap people in and use a machine to keep their eyes open. And we have eye drops that keep their eyes hydrated. And look, it's just a sad reality, but it is reality that a huge chunk of the country, they're just kind of not paying attention. We'd live in a totally different world if that wasn't the case. We'd live in a completely different world. The Republican Party would not be a thing in the way that it currently is if we had an electorate that was very well engaged and informed. But we don't live in that world. We live in the world. We live in this world. And it is what it is. Hutch, you're being intentionally bad faith and framing this. Okay, well, tell me how I'm being bad faith. We live in a society. That's true. That is true. Not impossible. It's necessary. Ooh. Listen. Don't love the sentiment applied to the current argument, but I do appreciate a good Interstellar reference. Gene Freak with $5. Dasmudami with $5. Hutch is hallucinating. I haven't hallucinated since December 2015 when I took 6 tabs of acid. That was a crazy night. First, I thought I was dead. That wasn't fun. For about 2 hours, I thought I was dead. I literally thought I had died and gone to purgatory. And that I was going to be stuck there forever. That was a fucking nightmare. And then I moved into an even weirder phase of that trip where I thought I was live streaming to the entire earth. And I was giving like a sermon about how people need to be better. I also thought I shit my pants, but that didn't happen. Somehow I ended up naked. And then Esme had to wake up at like 2 a.m. to babysit me. And she said I kept saying that I shit my pants. And so she had to like, oh God, wait, I shouldn't be getting into these details. God bless her. God bless that woman. She took care of me. Gene Freak with $10. You're the best. Thank you, buddy. Gene Freak with $10. It'd be better if you didn't read the dumb YouTube trolls and shit. Habu Tuber with $2. Thank you so much. Regina Gray with 10 Canadian. I'm a bit behind, but from the Destiny convo last night, I'm curious if you put thought into how other countries view the USA if there are no Nuremberg-style, highly public recourse for this regime. I did address that at the end. I did say that, look, like America's reputation on the world stage is really damaged. it was damaged a lot when Trump won the first time, but when he won the second time, that sent a signal loud and clear to the world that the American people cannot be trusted right now necessarily. And that is going to take years, decades to rebuild that trust. If we are to rebuild that trust. And to the specific point of your question, if the world sees Donald Trump leave office and there's no like legal accountability for the stuff that he's done, I don't know. For me, I think there's less. I think I just disagree with the premise. I think there's like, I think what other countries and what other foreign leaders are looking for more than like locking Donald Trump up is for the political climate in America to cool off. They just want to know that American voters are going to make better decisions in the future. And I don't think like Nuremberg 2.0, but American is going to like fix that problem in the way that you think. It's like, I think if you're like our allies, you know, if you're fucking England and Germany or whatever, and you see Nuremberg 2.0, I don't think that's going to put your mind at ease. I don't think like the people of Germany and those leaders are going to see that and think, oh, we're in the clear now. We can rely on America. What they want to see is 2, 3, 4, 5 election cycles where Americans don't elect a complete fucking psychopath. No, listen, guys. I just like, what do you think matters more? Tell me. Merlin and Damaged Soda and Yodi. What do you think is going to matter more to the leaders of like EU countries and Canada and Mexico, like the Nuremberg 2.0, or Americans going 3 or 4 or 5 election cycles with not electing a psychopath? Like, I don't think the Nuremberg things is going to like fix that trust right away in the way that you guys think it is. I think they need to see consistent, not psycho presidents. But again, like Nuremberg, guys, was a court that was established specifically to prosecute crimes against humanity. It's completely unprecedented. The Russians, as far as I understand, they just wanted to murk those Nazis. They just wanted to fucking murk them. And it was the Western powers that were pushing back against that and stressing the importance of demonstrating the strength of accountability within a liberal kind of, you know, facade. Yes, this admin has committed crimes against humanity, Hutch. Okay, I understand what you're saying, and I think you're technically correct. Like, I think like bombing boats in Venezuela is a war crime. But I would hope that you guys would admit that we're still like a little bit far removed from like Auschwitz and Dachau. Maris, I don't know how to say that name. Is there nothing SCOTUS could excuse as an official act that would justify not following their immunity ruling on Trump? Just civil war, no in between. Well, I mean, at every step of the way, you just have to evaluate the situation and just consider the consequences of what you're doing. And if you're suggesting to me that the next administration might be justified in arbitrarily detaining people, for example, and then after the fact coming up with a rationale and or working outside of the boundaries of the system to the extent that you might be tossing the Constitution or ignoring the courts, these things are always an option. It's just once you've reached that point, that is usually when you're in civil war territory. Because you do have to consider the fact that if you do something like that, you're going to lose some of the, maybe most of the generals. You might lose control of the military. You might lose the support of the military. You might see local militias taking over, city halls and I don't really know. Nobody can tell you what that's going to look like, but we are in a remarkably escalated state at that point. Gene Freak with $2. Fuck YouTube chat. Damn. Far lefty and conservative tiers with $10. I agree with some of your points, like feasibility and Trump not being able to add 30 justices. Well, it was actually Newsom. I think you're brushing over that the next fascist will be worse and totally immune unless punished. Well, I don't think I am brushing over that. I understand and share people's concerns that the current trajectory of the Republican Party is deeply alarming, and that if we keep heading in this direction, it is going to be a catastrophic outcome. I think about that constantly. Constantly think about that. I think what I'm trying to get people to understand is you don't want to take any steps that could possibly empower the people that you're trying to push accountability onto. That's why I was bringing up in the context of the discussion last night, I brought up the example of Republicans being punished for overreach. In 1998, people want to push back against that. They're wrong. In 1998, during those midterm elections, the Democratic Party picked up 5 seats in the House. Now that might sound like not much, but that was actually a big fucking deal. That is not normal. Just take some time. I really encourage you guys. I'm not being condescending here. Take some time to look into the various midterm elections that have occurred over the last 50, 75 years and just look at the trends. The trend is almost always the incumbent party is punished in the midterm elections.
All right, you're fucking bold.
They lose seats, you know. For the Democrats to have picked up 5 seats in the 1998 midterms, that was the impeachment stuff backfiring on Republicans. And I might add, you guys, did you know? Well, there's a couple relevant points here. Did you know that Bill Clinton's approval ratings went up like 15 to 20 points as a result of that impeachment? Did you guys know that Hillary Clinton's national approval rating reached its peak during the midterms? And then she went on 2 years later to win a Senate seat in New York. And Hillary Clinton, I just look it up again. Look it up. Hillary Clinton was wildly popular in this country for the first part of the 21st century. Her approval rating ticked down a little bit in 2008 during a particularly contentious primary against Barack Obama. And then she became his Secretary of State, and her approval rating shot way the fuck up again. She was like up in the 65% approval, which is like a lot, especially by modern standards. She was a force. She was a political force. The Republicans feared her. There was a reason why they attacked her so brutally in the years leading into 2016. They feared her. And you can make a strong argument that the reason she won that New York Senate seat in 2000 was because they overreached in 1998. You can't sit here and say, well, George W. Bush won in 2000, therefore it's negated. Well, I don't even understand that logic. What does that even mean? Okay, well, Barack Obama won a resounding victory in 2008 with a big trifecta, and they were able to pass the ACA. Does that negate, Bush's win? We can do this until the fucking cows come home. We don't say like, oh, well, that couldn't have been overreach because the Republicans ended up winning the presidency 4 years later. That's not logical. That does not make any sense. If I use that logic, then you could just say that nothing is ever overreach if the opposition party wins an election at some point in the future. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Habu Tuber with $5. Yes, neither Clinton did anything wrong. Nixon sure didn't benefit from his impeachment. Neither would MAGA from time in prison. I guess I don't really understand that. I have eaten foliage with $5. Let me in. I have something to plug and argument. Hello? Are you... I have eaten foliage?
Hey, what's up?
Is that who you are? Are you I have eaten
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is me. So first thing, I want to do a quick call to action with Digital Ground Game. That something Mr. Beat's been pushing is the No Cap Fund to basically expand the House of Representatives and basically reach out to like all of our lawmakers and kind of put this as a priority so that we can have it so that there are fewer smaller districts that fewer people are in, so that people don't feel quite so alienated from their political representation. So they can go to Mr. Beat's YouTube and look that up there, or they can go to nocapfund.org and there's information that helps you go ahead and sign the petition, reach out to your legislator, things like that.
Gotcha.
Okay. So everything from here on out has nothing to do with Digital Ground Game. So I have a couple things. First, I think it was a little bit of a surprise to Destiny that you were on board with the idea of Congress investigating in an aggressive manner. And so I think he kind of reacted strongly and with skepticism that was like something that you actually would support. And so went kind of like to the full opposite extreme of basic full bad faith. Corner to try to basically test whether you were like principled, in alignment that wasn't a liberal, for example. Would you agree with that assessment?
It seemed as though that was the case, but I've never been opposed at all, and I've been very affirmatively in favor of Congress being aggressive. So I don't know why. Yeah. People would perceive that as a flip-flop. That's what I've been saying for the whole time, it seems.
And I think it's natural that if you're looking for like which part of our government is meant to reflect the people's just unbridled populist rage at something happening in our country, the place where that is expected to happen is Congress. And there's restrictions on that, for example, that you can't have bills of attainder to say that if your name is Hutch, then you are going to spend the rest of your years in jail. It's not a law Congress is allowed to write because of the potential abuses of like those popular energies that had been seen like in the past. So
wait, real quick. Is anybody else having problems on Steam? I'm listening, by the way. I'm trying to buy Marathon, and Steam is fucking up.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I think that it became a little bit unproductive because you guys were kind of trying to push each other off of each other's positions in some ways. I do wish that it had a little bit more of a thorough conversation had been had on that topic specifically, because I think there is a lot of valuable middle ground there. For example, if you were to change it from we're going to do bad faith investigations versus basically the Hunter Biden treatment that, there's a partisan interest and that this person is nefarious and has been lawless. We're going to investigate them for that thing, and we're going to basically turn their life upside down. That I think Kirsten Noem has earned that treatment, or a large section of the Trump administration.
But you don't.
Has earned.
Here's my confusion. You don't need to do. You don't need to do that. Like Kristi Noem, she's already done enough heinous things in her official capacity as DHS secretary. So why would you not? Why would you not focus on those? Like, what are we doing going after her parking tickets and shit? You should holler up in front of Congress and grill her on, calling Alex Freddie a terrorist and being in charge of of DHS and ICE who are like murdering Americans and stuff. Like, why do we need to do like parking tickets?
So I mean, a lot of those things would have immunity, as you'd say, and I'd say that like in the example of like Hunter Biden with Republicans, the messaging always was on the fact that he was part of the Biden crime family and that he was like in Burisma and all these things. But at the end of the day, they just turned his entire life upside down, shook, until they could get enough probable cause potentially and enough pressure that DOJ opens investigations to find out that he had been late on taxes repaying and that he had potentially lied on a gun form. And that was all they were able to actually get on him. Now, I think the Trump admin is going to be a lot easier to find crimes, even unrelated to their public service, that is like most likely, because I mean they've been in the Republican ecosystem for years and years and years. These people can't go a few years like committing some kind of fraud on some group of supporters. So I think it won't be as hard, thankfully, because Democrats are just better in that way. But I think that if the intent is that it's with a good purpose, that's not unprecedented, that you would basically subpoena basically someone's entire life records. And then if you find out, oh, this person has committed a crime, that you go ahead and forward that along and put pressure that get pursued.
Okay.
So the point is that like I think that the way that Destiny framed it was kind of just like very broad versus putting the focus on like what would our public messaging be, which would be on that public interest.
The public interest in what now?
Yeah, the public interest in pursuing the individual person and the actual crime that like we're trying to basically like hound them for, which wouldn't carry the same public reaction that I think you were rightly kind of pointing out, that like if it was perceived that all you were doing was looking for parking tickets, then that wouldn't play well. But if we were just talking about Kristi Noem killing people on the streets of Minneapolis, and as part of that we subpoenaed everything in her life, I don't think there would be that same kind of pushback.
Right. Yes.
So that's my first point. So I think that might be something potentially to delve into. I think there's less area of disagreement there potentially, just depending on like how we were to frame it, like what our messaging would be, who would we target exactly. Like I think that there's potentially potential room for agreement there. The other thing I wanted to chat about was I feel like I wrote the Maude and Bailey post or whatever a while ago. And what I think oftentimes happens is that when people are reaching around for like, we need to do something, and like that something is kind of in quotes and vague.
Yeah.
I think that does serve a useful function. And so the useful function that basically serves is doing anything from a policy standpoint or a governance standpoint is incredibly challenging to find something that's actually going to happen, whether you're talking about economic policy or anything else. Most ideas people are going to have are going to be really stupid.
Yes.
And like would not actually work
Yes.
in reality.
Yes.
That being said, when something is a priority to you, what you will do is you won't just say, oh, damn, my stupid idea didn't work. I guess that's not a priority anymore. What you'll do is you'll basically keep bashing your head against that problem, thinking, oh, that won't work? Okay, let's keep thinking.
Sure.
And keep trying to work. So I think that you're a useful force in that process of being a little bit more skeptical of things, to basically be like, okay, that wouldn't work. Here's the problem with it. Go back to the drawing board and come back if you have something else. Type function. But I think that impulse, which is expressed by I think a lot of the left right now, not just in the online space, but in the base of the Democratic Party, which is the wanting blood basically, and I think a relatively justified basis.
Yeah.
Is in that direction where we're just kind of all kind of And we may not be the ones to even find those solutions. It's a demand of our Democratic legislatures, demand of a future nominee,
Right.
to basically say, here's what we want to have happen. We want like this to be known that this is unacceptable.
Well,
We want
again,
that to be the like primary focus of whatever happens next.
well,
You need to figure out how to make that happen.
Well, again, if it's coming from members of Congress, then that's like not healthy or ideal in a functional democracy, but it's not out of the boundaries of it's not out of bounds in the way that it is for presidential nominees. It's not considered like a severe breach of norms or anything like that for a congressperson to run on, for example, I will vote to impeach Donald Trump. Like that's fine.
Yeah, of course.
It's not a sign of a healthy democracy, but it's fine.
Yeah.
The reason why Newsom is not going to run on that is because that will be perceived as explicitly corrupt. It will undermine the public's confidence in whatever the DOJ decides to do after that. And they're not going to do that. I'm going to give you guys a spoiler alert right now. They're not going to do that. Newsom is not going to run on lock him up. They're not going to run on, punishing the Trump administration. If they do discuss accountability, it will be framed in a very general way, and that'll be fine. That's fine. He can run on government accountability. No one is above the law, et cetera, et cetera. But Newsom is not going to run on, we're going to investigate Donald Trump and his cabinet, because that's bad and dumb and stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's where the congressional piece, because of the fact that the DOJ is not a good avenue for doing the fishing expeditions for a couple of reasons. One is obviously the norms, which are valuable to preserve, especially when or if a Republican does ever get back in. But the other aspect is it actually harms your ability to effectively prosecute a case. That obviously, like it's not great when the accused is able to go to the judge and say, actually, when I subpoenaed the DOJ's paperwork, they said, find something on this person. I don't care like how hard you have to go.
Mm-hmm.
That obviously doesn't play well in front of a judge. And so I completely, which I think is why I think that Congress is a better avenue to do that kind of fishing.
Yes.
But and for like the presidential nominee, I don't think we have a demand that the president basically say, I will ensure that every person is going to end up in jail. That being said, they probably can say this has been a lawless period of time where there's been an unprecedented amount of illegality that has been allowed to skate by because of the corrupt past administration. And I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican. If we see any sign of public officials that have a case basically that can be brought against them, we're going to do that.
That is the perfect way to pitch that. I have zero problem.
When paired together with,
I have zero problem. Hold on, real quick.
Congress that's going to find
real quick. Sepulchro, I'm literally going to time you out for a week, unless you fucking retract that. I don't like being misunderstood or mischaracterized or strawmanned.
Yeah, I'm
serious. Take it back. Admit that you are fully bastardizing the shit that I'm saying here. I will time you out for a week. Jesus Christ. All right, sorry. Yeah, everything you said, that is the ideal way to say it. Yes. Say it exactly like that. 100%. We will, no one is above the law. If anybody in government, Republican, Democrat, committed any kind of crimes, I will appoint an attorney general that I feel confident will not through fear
or stay away from that.
Will not through fear or favor avoid or unfairly, prosecute people.
Yeah. Although we could potentially lean more into, I'd be worried more about not accountability than being unfair. But so the second point I was getting at though is I think that the impulse that people have.
No, wait, hold on, Sepulchro. No, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. I'm having a conversation with someone right now talking about how to best frame an agenda of accountability for the next Democratic president. And you're like, oh, so the Democrats aren't going to punish Republicans? That's not good enough. You call that an apology? I will sign you. I'll time you out for fucking a week, buddy. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So back to my second point on the like people in more Destiny's camp, Lonerbox's camp, basically everyone but your camp and maybe IRI, although he's a little bit just not focused on it, is basically that we need to basically keep bashing our head against the wall of trying to find a way to achieve achieve this kind of accountability, and that I think that is a fine thing. Obviously, what you would ideally want to do with this is to actually put together tangible proposals,
yes,
and move the conversation forward,
yes,
versus a really unproductive, just repetitive process of just saying something needs to happen.
Yes.
But I think that this is where that Maude and Bailey I posted kind of comes in, which is you'll basically criticize the bland and poor proposals that people come forward, which is basically illiberal. Yeah,
but I'm not the one who is listen, I think accountability in the way that you're talking about right now is obviously ideal. But I think the difference between you and me is that is not my focus above reforms. And so if you guys are making the case that I should prioritize this kind of accountability, I need to understand what the avenue is to get there. Because it is just the case that the Supreme Court ruled that he has broad immunity, and that is quite limiting in what the options are moving forward. And it is just the case, that Donald Trump is very likely to pardon himself and his cabinet on the way out. And I've brought up state level crimes, that happened the last time. That's good. Yes, great. He doesn't have immunity at the state level, so if to the extent that there will be avenues at the state level to pursue criminal charges and these kinds of things, of course I do that aggressively, of course. But these are two problems that are really difficult to get around. And so I think you need to convince me that these are things that can be remedied immediately in the way that you think. And unless you do that, I'm going to be over here saying to myself, well, I don't know what to do with these suggestions. You're saying, well, we'll just figure it out. It's well, how? How is that going to get done?
So, okay, here's my case for accountability. It's maybe a little different than some others. My case for accountability.
Can you give me literally 10 seconds? I just need to run to the other room.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so my case for accountability is that what I like about the Trump administration right now, which is there's not much, but one thing I do appreciate about them is how utterly incompetent and low human capital and just generally.
Do you follow Richard Hanania?
I did that term might have slipped in. I don't actually read his stuff or anything like that.
Okay.
But that term has started floating around as a joke. Yeah. But in any case, they're just a bunch of goons that cannot take over the United States of America.
Yeah. I take comfort in that too. Yes.
And so what I think part of the reason for that is because of the fact that the Trump admin and the prospects of it have been in a bit of a state of sort of a joke, that we've seen huge numbers after J6, Giuliani's life has been entirely ruined. Other people's there's been there has been let's just say that it's not attracting the best and brightest and most ambitious and capable people to the Trump admin.
No, it's
what
not.
what I would be afraid of, and the reason that I think accountability is so important, is because if it does turn out to be the case that it is a promising career path to basically wealth and fame, to participate in the right's like fascist impulses. Yeah.
I just want to address something in chat. Okay, Britannic. When you say that is the thing we need to ignore, explicitly corrupt pardons should be ignored. That is my illiberal mean that needs to be happened. I don't know what that means. Can you help me figure that out? What does he mean when he says that? Ignore criminal pardons. What does that mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Help me translate this. What does it mean to ignore a criminal pardon? So, what do you do? Are you talking
That's
about
one
like
of those,
you send like federal agents to arrest someone in contradiction of
one thing you could,
what are you talking about? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I guess you could try to find state crimes. Potentially, you could try to ruin their life in civil court with 1,000 litigations.
No, but that's not what he's saying, though. He's saying ignore corrupt pardons. I don't know what it means to ignore a pardon. I don't know what that means. You can challenge it in court, but yeah.
I guess what I'd say to that person is probably it's not the path of least resistance to ruin someone's life. The federal government does have the power generally, if it really wants to ruin someone's life. We've seen the federal government ruin people's lives in the past, and it's in Democrats, for example. And that that's probably not the easiest way to do it. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying for accountability. So I think that the most important thing from accountability is that it really needs to be clear that if you're a 25-year-old genuinely like capable person, like someone who is actually like wants to get somewhere in your life and is ambitious, that none of those people thinks that going into Republican politics for a fascist cause is the best avenue for their talents.
Do you know how
versus some alternative?
Do you know how I think is the best way to do that?
What?
To fucking crush them in these midterms and crush them in 2030.
I don't think that does anything to that goal.
I think that is the best way you could do that. Like absolutely crush them. If
you're able to steal $4 billion and became a famous person on the right on the one election you win 6 years from now, like that's, I don't think that you're demotivated because you lost elections. I don't think you care.
It's going to be harder to justify an internal decision to continue a movement that just got blown the fuck out. Even within the
that's on the
within
side
the context
of,
of evaluating a possible profit motive, you wouldn't want to do something like that. But I mean, what are you suggesting?
You're still $6 billion up or something like that. You've already stolen. You may have gotten some government contracts when you did manage to get them. Like things went pretty well. So
what are you again? Like, what are you actually saying here? Like, what are you actually proposing?
I am proposing that we do make an effort to make it so that the people that enabled and like helped actually staff and bring about like this administration, that we go to our best efforts to make it so that their lives are going to be miserable and it was not viewed as a success for them personally.
All right, I'm asking for how here.
Well, that's just back to what you've pretty much agreed to, which is that that we would basically investigate the nefarious actors who we view have committed crimes, whether they're technically crimes or just public interest.
Okay.
We investigate everything about it. We turn their life upside down. We send those things over to the DOJ, and we have it so that they spend the next 10 years in court.
Okay. Sign me up.
And I think that
sign me up.
But this is where the priority though comes in. So I view that as a high priority because when the next time this movement, if there's a popular will, like there has been for people who are willing to go as far as possible on the Republican side, they can do that. Maybe they can win the election again. But I wanted to have it so that they cannot find the people that would be interested in trying to, steal from the public coffers, get rich, get famous, benefit off of it, because they'll have seen that past example that those people did not actually have a great time, and that it was actually like probably net for the worse, that they were ever part of that administration, and that it was a bad decision for them to do so. I think that's critical for us to survive this back and forth, that the Republicans remain incompetent.
Sign me up. But again, at every step of the way, you do need to carefully consider the actions that you're taking and ask yourself, is this likely to make them more sympathetic? That's the point I'm trying to make as well. Yeah. So I'm sure I'd be open to you jumping into more specifics, but you do have to, I think you do concede, right, that there is a hypothetical extent to which you could take it where it would start to backfire. And so you don't want to do that. Obviously, you don't want to do that.
So we agree on this, the general mechanism. We agree on like the general motivation. We have a slight difference potentially on like our view of the trade-off between the political climate versus the importance of that accountability. But ultimately, that's just going to be something that's going to get decided by if it's trade-off or on your side.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to download this game and it just dropped frames and killed the stream for a second. Shit. Okay, I do hear what you're saying. I do want to get to some other callers. Yeah.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah. Okay, talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye.
DJ wanted to talk, but I'm trying to download the game. How do I cap the download speed of a game? Shader pre-caching. Pondering with $10. Have you ever played Call of Duty's superior and successor Halo Infinite? I have. I played through that whole campaign. I quite liked that campaign. How do you limit download speeds? In Steam. In the downloads tab, open Steam settings, navigate to downloads, enable limit download speed. Where the fuck is that? Oh, limit download speeds. There we go. What should I limit it to? What if I do... Is 1,000 kilobits, is 1,000 kilobits 1 megabit? Okay, how many kilobits would it be for 100 megabits? Help me do math. It says 1,000 kilobits per second. What am I trying to... how do I do this? I don't know how to do this, guys. What is your internet speed and social security number? My internet speed is close to a gigabit, I think. Ask ChatGPT. Wait, yeah. That's actually good. If I want to limit download speeds to 100 megabits per second, what would that be in kilobits per second? That's Please don't ask ChatGPT to do this. Just do the math. Well, the math would be 100,000 kilobits per second, right? Is that right? Okay. Do that. Let's see what happens. Okay. Go. I think it's okay. Are we okay? Is everything fine? It says I'm not dropping any frames. Okay. All right, YouTube, are you guys still there? Are we good? I think I can juice my bitrate back up again.
2 hours later.
All right. CJ wanted to. I think we're good. Oh boy. Wait, hold on. Oh fuck. Okay, we're gonna have to do much lower than that. Settings, downloads. So what if we do like this? This shouldn't be happening. I don't know why my connection would drop because of that. Like my download speeds are insane. Like, and why is it bucking up against my upload speeds here? It is almost done. Hold on, we'll see what happens here. Okay, that seems to be doable. We'll just keep it right there and see what happens. Okay, CJ, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
What's going on? What do you want to talk about today?
So I have been following the DGG Hutch drama, or at least the debating for most of the time.
Can you
and I
turn
think,
your? I'm sorry. Can you turn your mic up a little bit? I have you on max, and you're still like a little quiet.
How does that sound?
Better.
Okay. So I just want, before we get into kind of like the prescriptions that I wanted to talk with you about, I just want to make sure, you know, your position and where I'm coming from are aligned, or that we at least agree on a lot of the running up to this whole conversation. So, you know, you agree there needs to be some form of punishment or consequences to like authoritarian actions by the Trump administration.
Yes.
And you agree that like our place on the world stage, we need to have some sign globally that like we acknowledge what happened, what we have put like ourselves and the rest of the world and our allies through, and like show some form of like consolation or like reconciliation with that, with everyone else, like our allies. Okay.
100,000%. Yes.
Okay. And then we both agree that like the most important thing to this whole conversation is we have to win elections. We need to get more support from voters, build our coalition out, and then gain institutional power to you know, do the things we want to do.
Yes.
Okay. So with all of that, I think the thing we keep talking past is, you know, we get to 2026 midterms. I think we both agree, you know, we're going to win midterms. We'll see to what extent we can turn out vote and generate, you know, wins in elections, maybe some, you know, leaning Republican elections that we can flip. Maybe we can't do it. We'll have to see. But we think we're going to win the House for sure. Senate's going to be up for debate. We get into 2028. I think we win a trifecta. What do you think?
I feel good about that right now. I hesitate to make firm prediction 3 years out, but I really like our odds right now. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm with you 100%. So my prescriptions are based on us winning a trifecta. Is that fair to talk about with that context?
Yeah, I mean the margins matter, but yeah.
For sure. Okay. So then this is kind of where I'm at. So we have, I think, plenty of legal ways that we can go after. And I say go after because I do believe we need to be like targeting the people, not necessarily Trump, but the people in the Trump administration at all levels who are actually doing the things that are breaking the law. So we have the emoluments clause, which is a federal, are you familiar?
Yeah, I mean, it came up a lot during the first term, and just I feel like the country kind of landed on who gives a fuck about emoluments clause. I feel like,
maybe,
yeah.
But you agree that a major voting issue for people, now and the last like cycle, as well as the current cycle and future cycles, is going to be anti-corruption.
Yes.
Okay, so I think there is a very clear messaging and action we can take with the emoluments clause specifically, but like broadly for elections, we don't need to get into the emoluments clause. We just get into anti-corruption. So I think there's a pretty clear line between we message on anti-corruption, we turn that into election wins because I think that's what resonates with voters, and then we take that election win into like action, and that's an avenue of like a prescriptive avenue of like holding these people accountable.
I follow what you're saying, but that is something that came up during the first term and it didn't pan out. So I don't know enough about the emoluments clause, but I know that it came up. You're talking about the clause against like bribery.
It's the clause against taking money, payments, like any sort of like value basically from like other people without Congress's consent, like federal officials. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, you would agree though that like the scale of the corruption is like significantly higher now than the first term.
Yes.
Right. So I would argue there is like a clear appetite for punishing that behavior now versus like there's a higher chance now, I think, that people like the voters, meaning we have like support with like with our officials because the voters want it, to punish like that. And I would also argue that we have a pretty clear argument, not only for the corruption thing, but that the corruption has led to a detriment in the U.S. citizens' like material outcomes.
I'm curious what you mean by that.
So I think what are like the major like corruption scandals that are going on now? Like I know the crypto one is a huge one. So I think there's a clear argument that we could pull disillusioned Trump voters with the fact that like he scammed them for a bunch of money. I think we could pull like, moderate / like independent voters who were, interested in that, especially the younger people who I think have less of a clear understanding of like the risks involved with things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you can show people like, hey, this guy stole your money and got away with stealing that money. Like, are you going to let that guy steal from you? Right. I want to protect you. I want to fight for you and make sure like you get that money back. Because if you, so like, I think those sorts of avenues with like all of the corruption and like insider trading and all that. And like, I don't know how much I don't follow this super close, so I'm not as informed on this, but the betting markets, the political betting markets and everything, all the like insider gambling.
I don't know to what extent all that's illegal, Like, so I'm not saying like don't investigate, but I don't know to what extent that stuff is illegal.
So the crypto stuff, like the rug pulls and everything, were before Trump took office. That stuff, like Alina Khan and different like parts of the DOJ, were like actively investigating and charging people. So like it's definitely punishable. Like it's definitely illegal. I don't know the law to give you like to cite you exactly what parts of it are legal and like how, but it is illegal. So like if you're, then we get into them just pardoning everyone.
All right. I mean, I'm with you so far. What's land the plane for me here?
So in terms of full prescriptions?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I am proposing is we use whatever congressional investigations, targeted, yeah, I know you're maybe a little on the fence still about this, but the next Gavin Newsom, President Newsom, or whoever wins, comes out and they are for investigating, and they, maybe not publicly, maybe you need to hide your power level on it, but privately they, appoint someone who is going to fully investigate as many legal avenues as possible, special investigators to investigate and punish whatever behavior we can through our legal system. You do all of that with the intention of generating media clips, whatever news, we enforce the media ecosystem with this to gather support, which we both agree voters have an appetite for, to generate the electoral wins in post 28
real quick,
to do the reforms we agree on.
So there's going to be different people that have these kinds of roles. So I agree that it's not going to amount to much if you pursue maximum accountability, but you don't properly inform the public of what's happening. You're kind of defeating the purpose if you don't inform the public. So I think I understand you there, and I'm with you there. But that's not.
At what point do you need to inform the public?
Well, I'm saying it's essential. Like if you do a bunch of accountability stuff, but it's all behind closed doors and the public doesn't even know, then we're defeating the spirit of what we're trying to do, which is to disincentivize these kinds of things and to benefit politically. But I think a big disconnect that I'm having with you guys is that that's not the president's role. And I can give you a moral argument for why that is, and I can give you a practical argument. But that would be more of the role of the Congress. That would be more of the role of surrogates. That would be more of the role of social media pundits and talking heads and these kinds of things. The second you start having the president out front leading the charge, talking about these investigations and giving off the appearance of political influence, the president is not the strongest spokesperson for this kind of thing. In fact, it's very likely that you're going to lose support if it comes from the president. You understand?
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. Yeah. No, I don't disagree with you. I think that if the president, President Newsom or, candidate Newsom is campaigning on this, it's a loss. It's a loser for sure. What I'm saying is it doesn't, if I wasn't clear on this, I'm sorry if I said words. So the Congress, candidates in Congress, elected officials in Congress, and the president to a lesser, not specifically, but in broad anti-corruption terms, should be pushing for consequences for people who broke the law in the Trump administration.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time for me?
Yeah. So, elected
Noam
congressional.
Is out. Sorry, Noam is out, guys. It's hitting the airwaves right now. She's out. She just got fired. All right, go ahead.
Incredible. So, the congressional, elected Democrats in Congress should be pushing for accountability. Potential candidates should be pushing for accountability. In the president, whatever presidential candidate we have, I imagine we'll see this a lot in our Democratic primary, are going to be pushing anti-corruption narratives, but they shouldn't be pushing directly targeting people.
For Congress people, I think they're fine to say, I think the Congress should investigate Trump. Right? That's fine. There's no problem with that. It's not ideal, but it's not that's not breaking anything in the way that I'm trying to avoid by not having Newsom be the person.
Yeah. So
you can be partisan and say we should investigate the Trump family. You can do that when you're running for Congress. You can do that as a member of Congress. That's
right.
I'm saying
you run on it and then you commit to the hearings, to the all the real actionable oversight that Congress legally has the authority to do.
Right.
So so we agree. That's what you do. And so whether it's I think it should be all of the following: Congress making recommendations to DOJ if in their investigations they find things. The Attorney General should be appointing special counsel or special investigators to go in and do their own investigations if they clearly saw things as illegal, and smarter people than me can figure out what they feel like they have real legal caseworks or cases against them for. And the president should be maybe not public. I agree, not publicly.
The president
but
should be
privately.
focused. The president should be focused on their legislative agenda and, having the agencies operate in accordance with his policy goals. And they should be focused. The president should be focused on foreign policy, and the president should be focused on the regular duties of the presidency. They really shouldn't be spending any time. Like, I want the next president to give the same answers that Biden gave whenever he was asked about Trump's investigation, which was, that's not my place. I'm going to let that process play out. I'm going to focus on infrastructure and this and that and this and that and this and that. Because the second you start having Newsom start giving his opinion on the investigations, or give his opinion on whether or not an investigation should happen, you're more likely than not to drive approval down for those things, not up.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to.
No, I agree, but that's why the president should be appointing a attorney general who expressly understands the intentions of whoever wins and the punishing, the consequences that they want to see for the people who broke the law.
Yes.
So, like, you're saying, don't do it publicly because you can lose support. I agree with you.
From the president.
The president, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, the president. But we do agree the president, whoever it is, should be appointing an attorney general who is willing to aggressively pursue any legal avenues to punish that behavior.
Yes.
Right. So we agree. That's what we're in complete agreement then. So then with that prescription. So then, like, I think we do all of that stuff. Those things, if we can pursue them aggressively and get results with how our media ecosystem is changing, we are seeing, maybe the height currently of the liberal democratic media ecosystem right now. And if we can keep rising with this tide of support we're getting because of the anti-Trump, anti-MAGA leanings of our country or changing of our country, if we can push this and get results, I think that is what prescriptively allows us to reach the reforms that we both agree on. So many reforms we can't even list them all, but like, we need to get to the point where we have power to do that, and I think that's our method to get to the power.
I don't think I agree there. I think you're losing me a little bit here and things might change. So Donald Trump could end up escalating to an even more extreme degree, and then that will create an appetite for what you're talking about. But I suspect that once we get past the 2028 election and the next Democratic president is inaugurated, that the public are not what is going to motivate the public to show up in future elections and vote for Democrats way more than and I don't know if this is what you're saying. Are you saying like center Democratic Party messaging on anti-MAGA, anti-corruption, accountability stuff once they're sworn into office? Is that what you're saying? I
guess that's part of it. I think
I
if
don't
you want
agree.
like my broad,
I don't agree with that. So like, I think you're gonna have a way easier time getting people to vote for you by governing competently and delivering policies that help people. I think that is going to be way more motivating to voters. Like, okay. I don't think that
you're wrong.
No, I mean, what?
Okay,
I know that you're wrong. I know you're wrong.
Okay. Hold on. Can I reframe it back to you, and then we can see if we're agree or disagree.
Okay.
So you agree that like people now more than ever are really like their voting is more influenced by the news and media that they consume.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
and I would
compared with like decades ago, you mean?
Just compare with like 15 years ago.
I mean, yes. Yeah. I mean, yes. I think more people are being exposed to politics because of social media feeds, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. I just mean the influence of like people's like partisanship and like opinions on politics is more influencing on people because they consume more now than ever before.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So if that's true, then I think what you're talking about is, the governance needs to be there to deliver outcomes for people that materially improves their lives so that you can retain their vote and build a coalition, which I agree with.
Yes.
But the other side of this is that, like, we've seen that because Democrats have had really good outcomes, but really bad messaging on the outcomes, that you don't get the support you would think you would garner because you're losing people to the messaging, right?
But yes, but that's not a problem that's just limited to Democrats.
No, it's not. I agree.
I reject this idea that the Democrats are constantly on the losing end of the political and cultural fights that are happening. There's a pendulum in this country, and whenever for whoever the incumbent party is, they struggle. Like every single time there's an incumbent, they struggle with the culture war stuff and with the political war. And there's reasons for that. There's like very practical reasons that you can point to explain the political pendulum, but it is real. So it's not just Democrats that are like, Democrats right now are clearly like winning the fight in terms of messaging.
I agree. So what I'm saying is that, like, the whole, governing appropriately,
wait, hang on real quick.
legislation.
Hang on real quick. Ed Ogawa, Hutch is wrong. Republicans get elected all the time. Look at the 21st century and just look at the election results. Let's just focus on the Trump era. Starting in 2016, Democrats have had more winning election cycles than Republicans. And by the time we get past these midterms, that will be an even more stark difference. And I think so here's my prediction. I think we are going to have a really good midterm cycle this year. And I think that the Democrats are going to have a trifecta after the election in 2028. And that will mean that by the end of the Trump era, 2016 to 2028, Democrats will have won or have had winning or more successful election cycles 5 out of the 7 election cycles that happened during during the Trump era. Like, Trump and the Republicans have 2016 and 2024. Right now, Democrats have 2018, 2020, and 2022. They're about to have 2026, and I think they're also going to have 2028. So this idea that Democrats are always losing, and this is just not true. And then if we look at the 21st century too, are we just forgetting the Obama years? What are we talking about? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. So, but we agree then, the governance, the winning elections is based on messaging and governance. Those are kind of the two broad things that help you win elections.
Not just those things. It's not. I mean, those are really important, but you also have macroeconomic trends and things that occur outside of the influence of politics. There are things.
Totally. Yeah. There's going to be there's always things that come up in races that change the dynamics, and there's the world is ever changing. There's going to be things that pop up, but of the things that we can control, as elected, as candidates or as the Democratic Party or surrogates or whatever. We can control.
You want to focus
those
on
things.
Good governance and messaging. Yeah.
So what I am saying is our candidates need to be we agree on the governance, but our candidates need to be going out and messaging on I don't know, one good we talked about the corruption stuff, but the tariffs, we can all of our elected officials for the next 3+ years
we
can
already
just
are.
run on all of that, right?
Yeah.
So but we need to do that messaging and reach more people. So you saw Tallarico got the whole interview with Colbert, right?
I didn't watch that interview, but I saw
No,
that.
you're aware of it.
Yeah.
So I think that amount of publicity right before the election got him elected, or went to win the primary.
You mean Colbert specifically?
Yeah. I think that Colbert's and the media that generated was one of the reasons. Well, the primary reason he was able to beat.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just Colbert. He went on, I think he also went on The View. He went on Rogan. I think Rogan was probably more influential than Colbert. But I mean, his aggressive media strategy, I think, was the reason why he won that race. I agree. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm saying
that
on
top of the fact that I think he is a strong candidate. And I think he is very talented politician. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. We both share a love for Tallarico. I hope that guy wins the Senate seat. So I just think that those things every single elected official we have needs to be doing that, and we need to be messaging on these things to the independent or like more disenfranchised Republican voters.
When you say these things, what do you mean? You mean like tariffs and?
I mean tariffs, the corruption. I think we should really. I think we should focus on civics.
Let me pause you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
3 examples of successful Democratic campaigns. The 3 most prominent examples that I can think of from last November. They come up a lot. Mamdani, Spanberger, Sherrill.
Mm-hmm.
None of them were running on first and foremost, like aggressively pursuing justice for crimes and corruption. All 3 of them were almost singularly focused on what we're now calling affordability. Why do you think that is?
Because those are state level races, and I think that you lose the anti-corruption narrative is a federal or like national topic. So I think people at state elections don't care about that nearly as much.
I disagree. I think even at state level races and local races, those are very oftentimes races that are about like either attacking or defending the administration. And it's not that those 3 candidates didn't talk about Trump being corrupt or anything like that. They did, but they just didn't center that in their campaign. They centered the issues on affordability, kitchen table issues. Mamdani, I think, was especially creative about the stuff that he was covering. Now they're diving into also like abundance politics, building things, removing red tape to build more housing. It's not that corruption and exposing criminality and doing accountability are not, those are more to energize, like those are more things to juice the base, like the actual Democratic voter base. When you get to the general, those voters, if you really want to be successful and if you really want to have like a convincing mandate and get the most amount of votes, probably not going to focus on the things that you're talking about. Like you're probably going to focus on the economy and sending people a message that if you elect Democrats, their paychecks are going to go further. If it was the case that this emphasis on accountability in the way that you're suggesting, if it was the case that that was really what voters wanted, I think we would see more candidates running and winning on that focus right now. And that's just not happening. So I don't think that you should necessarily place a priority on accountability and justice and these kinds of things over economic issues, which are just clearly that messaging is resonating with voters. So I think we should keep doing that.
I think you're right that the affordability message is a more salient issue for voters. I just disagree that you are completely disregarding the anti-corruption narrative.
I'm not though. I'm not.
You're saying it's a net loss.
No, I'm not saying don't run on those things. You can incorporate those things in your campaign, but they shouldn't take center stage. They should not take center stage over affordability.
Do you think that you can? What I've been trying to present is that the anti-corruption narrative is nearly identical to the affordability issue if you put them together.
Sure. I think there's ways that you can tie it together.
To make that argument.
There's ways that you can tie it together, but the candidates that we're seeing have the most success right now are not really doing that. They're not doing what you're suggesting. They're focused. They're doing a laser focus on affordability, and it's yielding really good outcomes with like big margins.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a blueprint.
I think some of those races are not the.
I saw Naughty Pup. I'm sorry, real quick. I saw that Naughty Pup. Yeah, Kristi Noem is out, and Senator, what's his name, Mullen. Does this explain the fuckery last night where somebody like dropped out of the? There was some fuckery last night in Wyoming. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
The only point I'm making is that I think you reach more voters and you take votes away from Republicans is if you can show Republican voters, especially ones that are feeling economic hardship or feel like they've been cheated by Trump and what they thought they were voting for, by showing them that your material situation, economic situation, is worse because of the corruption of the Trump administration.
I'm not opposed to that. I mean, but it's just in some races, the more kind of partisan attack like the kind that you're talking about, like, and for some races that's going to be better for those constituents, but for other races, if you're targeting like a light red district, it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't even bring up fucking government accountability and justice and things. It makes perfect sense if somebody's trying to flip a R+7 seat. That's a very different constituency, and they're not going to respond the same way. They might be turned off if you're like talking about, you know, potentially doing accountability for the Trump administration. That's agree.
Can I get your gauge on something?
Well, I just also want to finish the point real quick.
Yeah,
like Tallarico is like, do you see what he's doing? I mean, have you heard me talk about Tallarico recently? He's not out there running on the Democrats are better than Republicans. He's out there running on, it's not about left and right. It's about looking up in the oligarchs and like a softer kind of populism. He's not running on like, Trump is corrupt and we're going to throw them in jail.
And I don't think you could in Texas.
That's exactly my point. Like, that's exactly
my point.
But
some races will need to do that.
Well, I agree that in some states and districts, being more explicit about, we're going to go after government corruption, that's going to like juice up votes and that's going to net you more votes. My point is that that's not a universal prescription. And so by default, by default, that kind of applies to whoever's running for president, because they're appealing to the broadest possible constituency in the country. And, they're trying to appeal to everybody across all states. And so I like your idea. I'm not saying I don't like your idea. So bring up the meme coin and bring up the ways that the various ways that this administration have literally enriched themselves on the order of billions of dollars. That is, I think, a really potent line of attack. And then tie that to, while you guys are struggling with higher energy bills and higher gasoline prices and higher grocery prices, Trump's building a ballroom and profiting on the order of billions with his meme coin. Like, all of that, I'm fully on board with that. I think the only quibble that I have here maybe is I don't know if right now we can say that having that be the focus will be the strongest way to run in 2028. It might be. I'm not ruling your possibility out. I'm not saying that it's like a necessarily not going to work. If there's more and more and more and crazy, more extremes of his corruption that manifests in the next few years, then maybe that is going to be the most potent attack. But like right now, what I can tell you with 100% certainty is that generally speaking, the Democrats that are having the most success all over the country are keeping their messaging very kind of laser focused on affordability issues, and it's working. That is working. So I don't want to fuck with that formula. It is working. Like we are seeing just pretty remarkable results. Unexpected. Like it's a bloodbath out there for Republicans right now. So don't fuck with the formula. Keep doing that.
Yeah, the only pushback I want to give you on this is a slightly tangent point to this whole topic, which is, do you think that pushing something in our media ecosystem leads to it being a more salient issue for voters down the line?
It can.
I think we need to do that.
It can, but it cuts both ways. Like you can raise salience and awareness of an issue, and then it becomes unpopular for you. It just depends on the issue. It depends on how you message it. I think you're touching on an issue that I've had with Pisco recently, because Pisco's idea is that politicians moving forward, even congressional leadership, they need to be kind of hybrid type politicians now, where maybe it used to be the case that they could kind of focus on their jobs in Capitol Hill and not necessarily be the people that are out there like driving the national conversation. And now he thinks, well, it's not enough to have a politician that's going to vote in the way that you want them to vote and cooperate in the case of leadership, like be effective in that role. Like those are not enough now. Now you also need to know how to like go viral all the time, like Governor Newsom's press office account on Twitter. And I don't really agree with that. Like I think to some extent the politicians and political parties have a responsibility to message and be a part of the national discussion, but I reject the idea that it's like easy or straightforward for political parties to like steer the conversation in a really intentional way. Like that's oftentimes out of politicians' hands. And so that's more up to us, I think, to have these conversations and to make strong arguments, you know, not necessarily politicians. It could just be regular people with a YouTube channel, streamers, content creators, talking heads, pundits, commentators, you know, historians, experts. You know, they're a big part of this dialectic. Yeah.
So I completely agree with you, which is why, I mean, let me just say as a quick aside, like really respect people like you, all the Live and Learn guys, like you guys, I feel like do a great job of like engaging people online. And I know there's been a lot of conversations recently about like the engagement online leading into like more real world engagement, like on the ground, which I think is super important. And everyone, if you're thinking about doing that, you should definitely do that. That's super important. But I got to push back a little bit, right? Because you're saying like politicians, you know, they it's not their job to go viral. I agree with you. But like politicians get exposure that really not other than like really big pundits.
No,
people don't really get.
I agree. I'm not.
So they can kind of set the narrative. Like they can be. I mean, like they like.
I don't
think
that
let's give a specific example. So if you're you know, congressperson whoever, and you get a CNN interview or whatever, you're on national television, and you say, yeah, you know, we're really trying to work on this in Congress, but you know, we're getting a lot of pushback from Republicans on this issue, and you try to leverage your exposure and your publicity to put political pressure on people who are opposing you in Congress.
Yeah,
you don't think that's an appropriate use of their?
No, I mean, of course.
Well, we don't do that fairly at all. Like Democrats never do that.
I don't agree with that. What do you mean?
Oh.
Democrats never put pressure on Republicans? What do you think that's happening right now? What do you think happened during the last shutdown fight?
We are currently at the height of Democrats doing that. We can agree that historically over the last...
They've been doing that the whole time, bro. They've been a very aggressive opposition party throughout Trump's first presidency and this presidency.
Okay, like maybe this is a clarification we need. I'm not speaking about when we are in the minority party fighting against the in power party. I'm saying when we are in power, if we have people that are hanging us up, whether it's Democrats or Republicans.
Yeah, wait, Democrats are doing that though. What do you mean? Look at California. Look at what we did with Prop 50. Look at all the redistricting in Virginia. Look at how Governor Walz and Governor Pritzker and Governor Beshear have used their platforms to push back against the administration. That's already happening. It is happening.
I'm not talking about pushing it back against the administration. I'm talking about pushing for policies that we want to pass when we are in power.
Well, now's just not the time for that at the national level.
No, I agree, but I'm saying like that's what we need is people to be doing that. Like that needs to be where our elected officials move to.
I disagree. I disagree. Like we're already seeing sort of the 2028 primary is starting to kind of take form, and so now. You know, Newsom, for example, right now, he has a very aggressive media cycle. He's very obviously going to run. I assume he's going to announce. I'm calling it now. I think Newsom's going to announce in December. I don't even think he's going to wait for 2027. But he's already out there starting to talk about policies. He's sort of like probing the public to see where they're at. He just responded to pressure yesterday by, you know, calling Israel an apartheid state and suggesting maybe we should put conditions on aid. But the idea that there's gonna be this uniform kind of effort where we all agree on policy and we all kind of like coalesce around a platform, that's just not the way that the political parties function. You know, whoever wins the primary in 2028, they will have the 99% of the influence to set the policy platform, and it'll be up to the voters to decide whose vision is best. But we're going to have competing visions for what the party should do in the future, and that'll that'll be explored through the different policy platforms that are proposed by the candidates. And then at that point, it's up to the primary voters. But we're kind of ahead of that now. We're kind of like a year and a half removed from when that conversation is really going to kick off.
So I disagree. I think that we have to set the stage for that sort of thing now, because we are.
What do you mean?
We as the media ecosystem, whether that be elected officials who are getting, public time with interviews or whatever, podcasts, whatever, or just like people like yourself, all the way up to CNN.
That is already happening.
No, right. I agree. What I'm saying is we need to push, like, we are where we are. You don't need to explain to you where we're at with the media. Where we're at now is not, I would assume you agree, where we want like our media to be at in 3 years. We want to be talking about like the issues we talk about in the what we're advocating for should be different in 3 years, assuming we are reaching like a trifecta or more control in our federal government.
I'm a little lost.
Okay, so like where we're at now with like how we're messaging against Trump and what the Trump administration's doing and all
when
that.
When you say
like,
we,
that is
you
all
mean
going
people on the media and social media?
Yes,
that
is what I mean.
All right, yeah, all right.
So when the media ecosystem is what they're doing now, we have to transition from what we're doing now, which is, the anti-Trump stuff, like all the different talking points we're going through right now, the anti-ICE stuff, like all of this stuff. And it's going to change over the next 3 years, right?
Yeah.
What I am saying is that the issues that we want to be salient issues for voters in 2028, we need to start pushing for that stuff now in our media ecosystem.
That is happening. What do you mean? That's happening aggressively on social media and on the online left, like the lib left spectrum. That's all I see is a constant argument, debate about what the party should stand for by the time we get to 2028. I feel like,
but I don't think those conversations affect normies. Like,
well,
we have to be pushing for changes to the things we push in the media so that they bring normie voters, voters, unengaged voters to our side. And I think to do that,
can you get into specifics? Like what?
Yeah. So you think that the anti-corruption narrative that I was talking about works, right? Like it works in some races across the country. But if we spend the next couple of years pushing like how awful the Trump administration has been making.
You're driving me insane. I love you.
But
you're my boy. You're my boy. I love you. You're my boy. But that is happening right now. Every day. There's a whole media industrial complex of content creators that make 5 to 15 videos every day talking about how awful this administration is, how corrupt they are, how criminal they are. I mean, amounting to hundreds of millions of views every fucking day doing this. So I still don't understand how your thing is different from what is like, just do that, but better, do that, but reach more normies. I'm sorry, but that's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to get normies to like pay attention to the daily ongoings in American politics. It's not.
I agree.
Yeah.
And so like this is my view. So if you're like a normie, unengaged person, like you're probably like, clicking through social media, like when you're on the toilet, you're like, you pull up your phone and like scroll for 5 minutes at work because you're bored, and then like you're on to the next thing. So like what I'm saying is like those people, if you're messaging, and you get like an interaction with them in a week, those interactions need to be like clear messaging on where you want the voter base and the electorate to care. Like you have to do that work now so that down the line, when you run on those issues, it resonates with people. Because that's what the Republicans have been doing. They started with all the culture war stuff before Trump was in office. They ran on it, and like all of those things became more salient to their base, and their base grew. They got more people to join them because they pushed it nonstop 24/7.
All right, CJ, listen to me.
Yeah,
that is what is happening right now, and it's working. They're already doing this, and it's working. We're crushing them in elections. There is an entire media ecosystem, industrial complex that is bigger now than during the first term. You have Brian Tyler Cohen, who's getting 180 million views a month, and Midas Touch are getting like 280 million views a month. Adam Mockler is getting like 100 million views a month. I mean, like there's There's so many creators that are out there pushing these things that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And,
so okay.
and it is all of that is contributing, I think, to a massive like anti-Republican Party wave that's happening in this country right now. So I still don't understand what you're suggesting that goes beyond what is already happening.
So what I'm saying is, we think Trump's going to do, you know, whatever crazy shit. There's going to be so many things that happen between now and the next presidential election.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that our media ecosystem needs to be able to see those things changing and immediately put them in front of voters, in front of people in their media, in their feeds.
Wait,
so that
you're going to make me Minecraft myself. I swear to God. I don't want to do it. I want to be alive in Minecraft, enjoying things. I'm going to keep repeating myself. They are doing this. It is happening. Right now.
Do you think that they should be going further than where they are right now, or do you think we're doing it to the level that is needed?
Is there always room for improvement? Sure, but I mean, like, there's an aggressive left-wing media ecosystem that every fucking day is hammering this administration, and it's hurting him. It is hurting him. People are seeing these tweets when they pop up on their feed. People are, you know, like sharing videos with their friends and things like that. It's already happening, man.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree. What I'm saying is we have to be able to push it more than Republicans push on their side.
That's happening.
Okay, it's
right
happening
now!
in the. Okay.
Hold on.
You're right.
Hold on. I want you to answer the question. Who do you think is like winning the cultural and political fight right now in this moment?
Democrats.
By far, the Republicans are getting demolished right now.
Yes,
in the public, in the public
right.
square, and like in the national conversation. The conversation everyone's having right now is about like Epstein stuff and corruption and holy fuck, are we going to invade Iran? Are we sending American boots on the ground? There's 5 soldiers dead. And, you know, like Pam Bondi's embarrassing testimony on Capitol Hill. Kristi Noem just got fired. It's just like, it's fucking, somebody just retired, a senator just retired from 2 senators from Wyoming just retired, announced their retirement in the last like week. Like they're getting fucking destroyed, man. They're getting crushed.
Right. So my concern is that we take over like the House and then we slow down everything Republicans are doing by so much that people forget how awful they are. And then we stop messaging on the next thing we need to message on to carry us into 2028. Like it has to be, we're doing a great job right now.
Here's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. Okay. The Democrats are going to take back this House. Don't know about the Senate. That's a little less clear, but the Democrats are going to take back the House. And the House Democrats, through these various subcommittees, are going to fucking hammer this administration. They are going to impeach individual members of Trump's cabinet. Maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. They are going to impeach Donald Trump at some point. It's going to happen, I promise you. And then that'll be something that's covered daily on the news for 1 to 2 to 3 months or something like that. And then we're going to win a trifecta in 2028. That's what's going to happen. Like the plan is already in motion. The plan is already working. You're like, well, what happens? You're doing, I feel like I'm running into the same thing that I got to last night where it's like, I focus on the road ahead of us right now, you know, the races that are right in front of us. Mm-hmm. And then in the conversation with Destiny, he just kept routinely pointing to, well, what happens in 2032 if like, you know, Vance runs and is popular.
This is what I'm trying to get you to see. Yes, I agree. So where we are at now is a good place. We are winning elections hand over fist. We are seeing record turnouts. Like the Texas turnout, amazing. What my issue is, and I'm not going to speak for Destiny. My issue is that's great for the midterms. We're locked through the midterms. I think we might even be able to carry this momentum into the general. Probably. My issue is once we win the presidential in 2028 and hopefully get some power, like we need to have already been messaging to get us ahead of that into the reforms that you and I both agree we need. That's my issue. We have to be laying the seeds now. But like people need to be aware of that now.
I don't know what that means beyond what is happening right now. I literally don't know what it means. You keep saying you keep trying to explain it to me, but I don't know what it actually means, man. Like they're doing it right now.
Think you think there's support for the reforms that I've listened to a good amount. Like we agree on, I think, most reforms. So you think there's an appetite for the reforms that you believe in?
Absolutely, in the Democratic Party voter base, and hopefully.
No, I mean nationally.
Well, I mean, again, like that. I keep trying to explain to you the time for that to be to aggressively like start to take form. That's going to be right after the midterms. That as soon as we get past the midterms, that's what's going to be driving the political discourse on the left, because it's going to be in the context of who's going to be the next nominee. And at that point, you have an intra-party debate about like the best moves for the party. Like what should we do? What should the platform be? What should the next Democratic president focus on? That's going to be a debate that plays out after the midterms in the primaries. That's the purpose of those.
Right.
And to the extent that we can, like that we can be pushing for specific reforms now, like again, that is already happening. Like there are influencers and massive content creators in liberal and left spaces that are every day talking about policies and like what they think should be the policy platform. That's already happening. That's a debate that is ongoing. It never really ends, and it's going to pick up like quite a bit once we get past these midterms. That's so what that time is about. Right now, Democrats should run on, it's for these midterms, should run on affordability and government corruption and like, protecting people's health care and all that stuff. And then you get past that, and then you get to a more like, okay, what are we going to do with power the next time? You got to take things one step at a time.
Yes, I agree with you. I think the steps that we need to be taking right now is that if candidates think that they can win elections with pushing, taking money out of politics or whatever reforms that they believe in, because it has to be authentic, like they have to really care and believe about these issues. But if they do, those people should start running races on those things, because I think the more public you can make these issues, the more random normie people you can get who are like, I totally agree. We should have Supreme Court reform.
My dude.
Like, we should have term limits.
That is going to happen right after the midterms. It's already happening now, like as far as like pundits and talking heads and people like me and people like Destiny, people like Josiah, and people like Hassan, and people like Adam Mockler.
On the extent of it. Like, I don't think there's enough of it now. And you're saying there's enough now and it needs to ramp up later.
I mean, I am very plugged into politics. I follow a lot of people, and I'm telling you, there's a collective pool audience of tens of millions of people in this country that are plugged into politics, and they're looking to various content creators and talking heads and influential people. We're having this discussion like already right now. And the what you're pushing for is not really something that's like possible right now. It's not possible for
you get this. You're a chess player, right? Like I've heard you talk about it. So like the next move is the midterms.
Yes.
The move after the midterms is the general election.
Yes.
Like the presidential election and those elections.
The primary before that.
Yeah. You're right. The primary going into the general. What I'm saying is we need to be thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead in what we're prepping American voters to be ready.
That's fine. You can think about these things. That's fine. But it's just now.
No, it's not about thinking. I think the media ecosystem needs to be pushing those things. Like we need people talking about that with real people.
They're doing it right now, bro. I don't know who do you follow on politics? What are they talking about?
I follow elected officials in my state, and I follow people at the federal level that are like important races. That's about the extent of the politics.
No, but like what about creators and stuff?
That's what I'm saying. It needs to come from the people who have power. Like when Mamdani won his elections, it's because he was the one advocating for all these things, and real people were like, "Holy shit! Yeah, this is like, of course, that's what I want too."
I keep trying to tell you right now that like individual politicians that are in positions of power, governors, state House members, state Senate members, members of the National Congress, like the U.S. Congress. They can and do and constantly talk about, individual policies that they like or whatever. But now is not the time for them to be aggressively pushing, or trying to get to like some kind of a party platform. That will come after the midterms. And in the meantime, you don't need to do that right now. Not only is it just not feasible to do that right now, I don't even know what it makes sense. There's no way for the party to come to some kind of universal consensus on what the platform should be. Right now, the Democrats' job is just to hammer Republicans. Just fucking hammer this administration every fucking day. Play offense, which is what they're doing every fucking day. You know, talk about Epstein files, talk about government corruption, talk about the meme coin, talk about the Iranian strikes, and like talk about Kristi Noem. You know, she just got fired. Like, that's the opposition's job right now. What they're supposed to be doing right now is just hammering the administration. And then we get past the midterms, and then it's going to turn into a conversation about what direction the party should go and what specific policies the party should adopt. That's the process. You can think about these things ahead of time, and you can plan for these kinds of things, and that's already happening, is my point. Like, it's gonna be okay. I think we're headed on a really good path here. All signs point to a fucking bloodbath moving forward. And then it becomes a different kind of set of challenges once you're the party that's in power, because then you have to play defense the whole time, and it's a different dynamic. And, you know, yeah. That's the process. That's where we go from here.
I guess we just disagree on the extent that candidates should be pushing for the reforms that we agree on.
I mean, okay. Yeah, I think we just disagree. I think you're going to see more specific, detailed proposals when we get past the midterms. That's when that's going to happen.
I think you're right.
Yes.
I just worry that when we get to that point, we will be behind where I would think we need to be for those to be salient issues come 2028 and beyond.
Listen, I disagree. I think the Democratic Party is just hammering Trump's corruption.
No, they're doing
now.
a great job right now. I'm not disagreeing right now. I'm talking about we are like doing so well right now with everything we're doing. I don't want to be hyper focused on the narrative now. We have to be able to change to the issues we want to work for later. Like, before, the earlier you can convince people to agree with you on a topic, the quicker and easier it is to garner a voting coalition to support those things.
I agree. We can wrap this up, but I think
we don't need to keep spinning.
I think the disconnect here is, are you familiar with something called the Green Lantern theory of politics?
I'm familiar with you talking about it.
I think you're doing that a little bit right now. I think you're imagining an ideal situation where you can employ some kind of messaging strategy and kind of easily shift normies like in your direction, and easily get normies to start engaging with politics more and informing themselves more. And I don't think we live in that universe. I don't think it is easy to get normies to stay engaged and to stay informed. You're just always going to have to deal with a semi-permanent chunk of the country that are just not really engaged. And those people tend to get more engaged when you get closer to elections. And you can do things to fight this messaging war right now, but it's not an easy thing to do what you're suggesting. It's you know, some might say it's impossible. What you're asking for might just be impossible. That there's this surefire plan to get voters engaged in the way that you want them to. I agree that it would be better. Obviously, that would be better if we lived in a country where more people were making this effort to be informed on these things. But it's not a small thing, okay? Because there's a lot of people out there, and a lot of people are working a lot of hours, and there's only so many hours in the day. A lot of people have kids, and so they got to like take care of their kids, and so they can't spend their time scrolling through social media and having these conversations in the way that people like me can. I get fucking paid to do this, right? It's just not an easy thing, and I don't know what I can say to like put your mind at ease. Hey, don't you do that. Don't do that. Fucking stupid cat just eats these fake plants. I'll let you get the last word in here, and then we'll go to somebody else here.
Yeah. So I guess all I'm trying to get across is the earlier we can engage these people that are really hard to engage with because their lives are so much more important than, you know, worrying about politics, the more we can start moving that needle earlier to get our end coalition more built up. And I think that we can definitely take more steps now, whether that's through online stuff or in person, on the ground stuff, advocation to make strides to get the issues that we really care about and think are like necessary to keeping a functioning liberal democracy going, to get more support for that when the time comes to actually use the levers of power to enact those things.
Listen, I'll meet you there, and I'll say, I think it's always going to be a process of figuring out how to optimize, and you're never going to get to full optimization. And so we should continue to figure out novel and creative ways to adjust to the new media paradigm and get our message out more effectively. I agree with that. I take some of the issue with some of your framing, but I agree that Democrats need to be more creative and better about how they engage in these spaces and how to optimize. And so we should continue to figure that. But I don't know about you, but I do feel encouraged when I look at the Democrats right now, because they do seem to be adjusting in ways that they didn't before. I'm seeing a lot of Democrats now with really aggressive media schedules. They're going into spaces that they were ignoring before at a higher frequency. You're seeing more Democrats going into podcast spaces. You're seeing more Democrats go into traditionally right-wing spaces. You're seeing more Democrats just generally taking social media just a lot more seriously. And so that tells me that they did get the message that 2024 was, a bit of a failure, I think, in many respects, in terms of how much they could have engaged in alternative media, and they just didn't. And so that, I think it is getting better. And so I just want you to feel better about that too. It's not that
I got hopium. We're good.
Okay. All right.
I'm not black-pilled.
All right. Well.
All right. Appreciate the conversation, man. Be safe.
Hey. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Hey. I gotta scare her away with my air blower. Sparagmos with 25 knock. Do you still think you can beat Nanners in a fight? Did I say that I could beat him in a fight? No, I don't think so. He's more physically fit than me. He's got more endurance. I would gas out. Adarlia with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Natural Phenomenon with $10. We build support like for any initiative. If the want is there, the politicians will follow. The error is wanting elected officials to act before popular approval. People think it's the other way around. Yes, I agree. A lot of people seem to think that political parties and political leaders are, a big part of their job is to shape national discussions and shape public opinion. And that's just not true to the extent that I think a lot of people think it is. I actually don't think it's easy for politicians to make things more or less popular. It's not that it never happens, but it's not easy. And especially when you're the party in power, it's actually really hard when you're the party in power. Let's say there's a policy that you want to do and support for the policy is only 35%. And you're like, okay, I got to get that number up to 55, 60%. That's not an easy thing to do. Even for the most charismatic, talented politician. And a lot of the times, when a public opinion shifts significantly on an issue, it's because something outside of politics happened to change people's thinking. And then the politicians use that opportunity to, move the needle. But it's actually not easy to just, some people think it's just as easy as you just use the bully pulpit. Just get out there and fucking, you do a full court blitzkrieg, and Biden should have gone on a 50-state tour to drive up support for a $15 an hour minimum wage. It's just, that seems like a very lofty, idealistic, naive view of what is possible and what's a good use of a good use of your time. Elite Nighthawk with 80 months. Thank you, Gene Freak with $2. Sounds like Gnome got fired. Can you cover that? So Kristi Noem got fired. I don't really have anything to add to that. We can wait for some of the other takes, but not terribly surprising. We can check in with Mockler here. Mockler put a video up.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is out. Donald Trump just announced that she is going to be replaced with Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin. Now, we have a lot of breaking news to cover in no time to waste, as the stock market is currently crashing. Oil prices are currently surging. We just learned...
Is that true? Are the markets crashing right now? Oh dear. That doesn't look good. Yeah, I don't know about crashing. You know, they're going down a little bit here, but...
The war in Iran is going to be far longer and more expensive than anybody expected. But let's start off with the headline of today, which is that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is officially out. It is for this specific moment right here that I have on screen. This is why she was removed. Now, Donald Trump was calling around this morning, really pissed off at that moment that I just showed. In that moment, she gets asked about a $200 million ad spend that the DHS took out with a contractor that Kristi Noem was close with, just to make Kristi Noem a national celebrity. You know those ads that they run on TV? It's really dumb. So DHS Secretary is now treading in dangerous waters, we learned earlier this morning. Trump told Reuters, quote, "I never knew anything about it," regarding the $200 million ad campaign that Kristi Noem said Trump himself approved. So the whispers were that Donald Trump was very, very mad, and then we get this statement from Trump just moments ago. He said, quote, "I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullin, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous spectacular results." Yeah, you don't remove somebody randomly if they've served you well. Her approval rating is spiraling day by day because she is the face of the terror that ICE has rained down on U.S. citizens. She is the face of the person who lied after Alex Preddy died, after Kristi Noem died. She is the one who defended the detainment of...
There was one particular moment in the recent Capitol Hill her testimony that was really bad for her. Did you guys see this clip?
But only a few hours after they were gunned down by your agents, you called Renee a domestic terrorist. You said Alex committed an act of domestic terrorism. Alex's parents responded to your calling their son a domestic terrorist. They said the sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. And I want to give you a chance before the entire country to correct your false and defamatory claim. Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
Congressman, what happened in Minnesota in those two incidents was an absolute tragedy.
Were they domestic terrorists, as you said to the country?
My condolences to their families, because I know that their lives will never be the same after that happened.
Is that an apology for what you said?
We, in those incidents, offer as much information as we can from officers and agents on the ground in a chaotic scene that gets...
I'll repeat my question, reclaiming my time. Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, based on what you know today, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
As you know, there's ongoing investigations that are being led by the FBI.
But you didn't wait for the investigation, did you? You didn't wait for the evidence. You proclaimed that they were domestic terrorists at the time. Why did you do that?
And you didn't wait to attack our law enforcement.
Why did you do that?
We're going into a dangerous situation.
Why did you call them domestic terrorists?
Because our ICE officers and our HSI officers that day risked their lives to protect that scene. So evidence could be reclaimed. So it could be used in the investigation. Because those violent rioters that were
So you're proud of the fact that you called them domestic terrorists? Is that what you're telling America?
HSI officers put their lives on the line to protect that scene, so evidence so we could have...
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But you told a lie about them. You said that they were domestic terrorists. Do you regret that?
Yikes.
I offer my condolences to those family. And again,
Based on what you know today, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
there's ongoing investigations, and so I
So
can't.
you still don't know? You think that's an open question?
I would think you would want there to still be investigations going into these situations.
Well, you
So we'll
stated the
continue to-
conclusion 2 hours after they were killed that they were domestic terrorists. I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct the record, not just for their family, but for everybody in America who believes in the truth and fairness and honesty.
In every situation, as facts come out, we relay.
You know,
them and
your acting
communicate
ICE
them to
director,
families.
Todd Lyons, came before Congress. He said he had no knowledge whatsoever that Alex Preddy and Renee Good were domestic terrorists. None. This is your guy. He said that. He admitted that that was wrong. Why won't you admit it?
I will tell you the investigation's still ongoing, and we'll.
So do you regret speaking before the investigation?
I would say that in those situations,
You regret
the
that?
chaotic scene on the ground, we relay information to the American people that they're asking for. And as the things change, situations change.
People were asking you whether they were domestic terrorists?
We
And you
continue to
decided that they were before the investigation?
As we learn more, we.
You don't want to say anything to their families?
I did. I
Fucking brutal, you guys.
said condolences.
For what?
I'm
How about an apology for what you said about their loved
My
ones?
heart is with them, and we will continue to stand with them as they get a complete investigation into these situations.
All right. Well,
Fucking brutal moment, you guys.
5-year-old Liam Ramos, and she is the one who has misappropriated funds. It seems like she's stolen funds. Seems like Donald Trump is even mad, so she did not do a great job. But listen to this. This part is honestly almost comical. He says, the current secretary, Kristi Noem, has served us well and will be moving to special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. I asked myself when I first read this, is this just a made-up job? And it turns out, yes. Trump quite literally says, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere we are announcing on Saturday. So it hasn't even been announced. There's not even a real carved out job. It's just Kristi Noem being put at the kids' table because she repeatedly messed up. He said, quote, I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. Now, honestly, if this makes you happy, make sure to drop a like and subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed because we have been holding Kristi Noem accountable every day on this channel, and we're not going to stop. We're going to continue to call out this administration and make sure they can't lie to the American people. So join the community below. But Trump then says, serving 10 years in the United States House of Representatives and 3 in the Senate, Mark Wayne has done a tremendous job representing the wonderful people of Oklahoma. This is just not true. Mark Wayne Mullen is an absolute stooge, as I'll show you in just one moment. But the other news is that the Dow is currently tumbling more than 1,000 points. And in fact, if you turn on Fox News, it's kind of a brutal sight because their chyron at the bottom of the screen already said, Dow falls as soaring oil prices drive market fears. So there was already a lot.
Okay. Oh, fucking, I'm a little exhausted, man. I'm a little tired. I'm a little worn out. Let me get to the rest of the. I don't think I got all these. Old Scotty with $5. Yes, that is why Newt lost power, but we're still currently dealing with the repercussions from Gingrich sowing hate. Okay. Octanews with $5. Rather than just the big fish, Destiny wants to pursue every Trump ally for even the smallest legal slip up. Noem was bad faith of you. I don't understand. I'm sorry. T15 with 69 months. I think I'm caught up. There's still some other people that want to have conversations, so we can keep this going for a little bit. I really don't know who's been in here the longest. Oh. Hello. Mic check. Hello.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
They're arguing about Bivens right now. I was enjoying the conversation. All right. Let me pause some things.
All right.
Okay. I had I want to clear your thoughts on like what time is the most desperate for a liberal means. when does it become like more authoritarian? When is it appropriate to be authoritarian? When is it appropriate to be illiberal? In the matters of basically saving your country from self-destruction from a madman, a mad king.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, first of all, like, I heard your thoughts on Epstein files or whatever, that it feeds into conspiratorial thinking. I want to get your thoughts on the Epstein files a little bit more and how valid all that stuff is, how important all that stuff is in the first place in order to hold Trump accountable for anything or his administration. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a pretty general question. Wait, what do you mean specifically?
So I mean, like, it's pretty important in general to like, if there's like a underlying conspiratorial thing actually happening, not like an imagined thing, but like enough associations within the behind the scenes, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, or billionaire class or Noam Chomsky or whatever person associating with Epstein, and to what degrees and what other conversations are happening. How vital is that to like how the structure, the system functions in general? So if the system functions in general and it means to basically through behind the scenes collaboration work against the American people, or generally the world and the underclass, the working class, how vital is it to kind of point out, like, especially child trafficking involved? That's like that's important in of itself. If you have a president that is under heavy scrutiny with case upon case upon case of potential child harm, not to mention just like raping women in general, isn't it kind of vital to get into that a little bit more and like release those files? Isn't it kind of like vital to like hold them more accountable? I feel like you and Destiny kind of just disregard that like topic in general for the most part.
Well,
and I'm not sure if it's like because it's just overwhelming and there's a lot going on in it, or I just want your thoughts on in general. What is valid to you?
I just haven't through the release of these files. I have not seen anything yet. I follow a lot of people that dove into these files. There's a lot of like really embarrassing connections, and but as far as I understand, we have not uncovered like a. So what's happening with the Epstein files in terms of the narrative is it's a bit all over the place, but like there's a lot of people that are alleging that, Epstein was trafficking children to powerful and politically connected people, and then like blackmailing them as a part of some like foreign intelligence operation. And there's just not a lot of, hey, what are you doing? Come on. And you tell me if I'm wrong, but so far as I know, nothing in these emails has established that, right?
Established that Trump did anything wrong?
No. I mean, in the context of what I just said, like the idea that Epstein was doing a blackmail operation and child sex trafficking, and that has not been established, right?
No. There's been tons of files giving like tons of indicators that there was torture porn. There's images of children that are going to be explicitly censored in certain ways.
Right, but there's evidence
enough to get an idea that he was going above and beyond and abusing toddlers and so on and so forth. There's like a mountain of evidence out there.
Epstein?
Yeah.
Toddlers? Wait, where did you get that?
Yes. Yeah, it's like it's out there. You can just go look at it yourself. Right now, also to keep in mind, like the Transparency Act is being violated in of itself. So if you want to talk about like, I think liberal means, I think like I don't have a general problem with doing liberal means of like holding people accountable, especially when they're out of term and they're out of presidency, where it's the most advantageous. I don't have a problem with that, generally speaking. But like if you have an overwhelming force that uses illiberal means on a constant basis, and you have to use certain illiberal means, and which I think you've already agreed to some degree, that there are some acceptable illiberal means. So if I were to ask you okay, you haven't looked into it yourself on the Epstein files. Okay, just like don't even take my word on it. Just look into yourself. But in general, like say what I say is true, and the validity and the connections here. You have like somebody highly connected to a person as deplorable as that. In terms of like Joe Biden, if he were to make the decision to publicly address like, hey, we need to like release these Epstein files. There's a liberal means of like, hey, I think this is vital to take down a criminal conspiracy potentially. And if like Trump is connected, he's connected. He doesn't even have to say the name. That's okay. That's a liberal mean.
Why would it be vital to uncover a criminal conspiracy? And did it uncover a criminal conspiracy?
Yes, it did.
What was a conspiracy? What are you talking about?
The conspiracy of mass child trafficking and Prince Andrew's involvement, and
there's individual actors that are implicated. There's individual actors that are implicated. But what I see happening with the Epstein discourse, and you can tell me if you disagree, what I see is a lot of people assuming that any mention of someone's name in any of those tranches of emails, even indirectly, there's a lot of people that are jumping from that to, oh, they were definitely getting kids trafficked to them. There's a lot of that going on right now.
Nope.
There were like thousands of people probably. There were probably thousands of people that were that were named in these emails, and like there is a lot of people in this country. There are a lot of people in this country right now that any mention of anyone's name in any kind of context in any of those emails means, oh yeah, obviously there was this massive child sex operation going on, blackmail, and he's probably working for Mossad, and it's all just like, I'm not interested in any of that. There's just not a lot of strong evidence for any of that.
Okay, but like all of that stuff does reveal like actual connections to Mossad and actual connections to Russia agencies and other various different like spy corporations that he was working for. Like this is like
you
all
say
out there
obvious, but it's not obvious. What are you talking about?
It's obvious. Like we just look through the files. What do you mean? It's not that hard. All you have to do is actually look at the evidence, Hutch. It's not.
Well,
it's
not.
Actually pour through it yourself. That's what I'm telling you. Like, I think it's kind of vital if like the system is corrupted in such a way that like
just tell me what is the obvious evidence that Epstein was involved in?
Go look at it yourself. I'm not obligated to go show you the obvious. You have to look at it. It's out there.
Go look at it.
Like do your job, Hutch. You're supposed to do your job.
You're trying to make the argument to me that it's obvious that there was a massive child sex operation going on and it involved multiple intelligence agencies. You're making that argument. So just tell me why it's obvious. What are you talking about?
You have to go look at it yourself. I'm not obligated to show you the evidence. You have to look at this yourself. It's been out there, Hutch. You've been ignoring it.
It's not something that interests me in the way that it's being talked
it's not something that interests you. A child trafficking scheme behind the scenes connected to Trump himself that you could easily use as a tactic to hold him accountable even further.
Being trafficked?
It's not interesting to you.
That's not what I said. I'm not interested in what you're doing with it.
Why is this not interesting to you?
I'm not interested in what you are doing with it. Of course, if there are kids that were abused or anything like that, of course, people should face accountability at the highest level and get the maximum punishment.
Yes, okay.
But that's not what you're doing. You're doing this thing where it's like, oh, he was obviously working for Mossad and other various intelligence agencies.
It's all out there. Dude, just look it up. Just look it up yourself. It's all out there. Go find it. It's fine. It's right there. It's in the files.
All right. What was the next? What was the next?
Do your job. Pour through it. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you think my job is? What do you think my job is?
Your job is to snark Hassan for a living. I don't know. Like it seems like your job is all over the place. It doesn't seem like you actually care about anything.
My job,
but like to get to the point, if
to
work
talk
with me
about
here.
shitting my pants in a Tesla and
work with me
talk
here,
about having a bad acid trip 10 years ago. What do you think? It's not my job to chase down.
It's a good job.
It's not my job to chase down every conspiracy theory that you're convinced is real.
It's not a conspiracy theory if it's true. It's not a conspiracy theory if all the things
what is your best
out there
evidence
for the public to see.
True?
It's actually connected. It's not just something that you
can't give me anything. You're not telling me anything. You're not giving me anything to go with here, and then you're kind of deflecting to this pathetic like, well, go read the files. It's like, well, you seem to be up in the.
Wait, hold on. You're saying it's pathetic to tell me to actually go do my job and actually pour through it.
What? It's not my job to pour through everything that DOJ releases. There's a lot of things that are out in the public, bro. There's a lot of things.
Here's another question, Hutch. Wait, Hutch. Here's another question. Why did they not want the Epstein files released in the first place?
Because there's a massive criminal conspiracy. Obviously, Mossad's in on it. Obviously, Russian intelligence, perhaps
without the sarcastic reply. Why did they?
I looked at all the files.
Their legs. Wait. Why were they kicking and screaming, dragging?
Because there's an obvious
to release Epstein files, and now deleting as the Iran war is going on. By the way,
because there's a global cabal of pedophiles. They do suck adrenochrome out of kids like You know, like
I think you're trying to be sarcastic, but like, but unironically, that is like it seems to be actually the case that like they are doing some very deplorable shit on that level.
Like adrenochrome.
Yes, go look it up. I'm not exaggerating.
All right. Hello, mic check. Hello.
Oh, hey, brother.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hey, man. I was just chatting with them about stuff. I mean, I really didn't have much to disagree with you on, but I do think that you overall kind of like go over like rural areas a little bit, but you kind of like go past them a little bit, like whenever you and Destiny were talking. Whenever you talk about like best example of that is whenever you talk about religion, you're talking about it being on downswing.
Yes.
Which I grew up in rural areas. I grew up in North Carolina. I've been all down in the South. I've been all over the states in general. I get that. I get like where people talk about like a downswing on religion, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like that's more into cities than rural areas. Just like most rural areas I'm at, like religion's still a huge part, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's only like little disagreements I really have with you. Sorry, brother.
I just mean it broadly across the whole country. There's no question that religious participation and like an individual belief in God is on the decline.
I get that, especially in the cities, but I feel like whenever we're talking about elections, that's still going to be a huge part. Probably not in 2028, but further on, that's probably going to be still a huge thing. Because I feel like when it comes to like
more for Republican politics, politics. But I mean a little bit with Democrats as well, because black voters are typically much more religious than white voters. But
well, Hispanics too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's all I really wanted to chat with you about.
Okay, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm sure that's the case, that the religious rates are not declining at the same rate, or maybe aren't declining in rural areas, but across the country broadly, there's no question. You know, we went from like 98% of the country in the 90s thought that you know, believed in God, and that number's down into like the mid 70s now, which is pretty big shift, and a not so you know, in a short amount of time.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I think also a thing to watch out for is like historically religions tend to decline in civilizations, and then like something happens and they rise back up. I don't know if you've gotten to like is
that true?
Like if you go into like a good example of this is whenever mass book burning happened. Before that, there was like a whole period of time where people were just like, we're kind of moving away from religion type deal. It happens in like a lot of times in society. They're called Great Enlightenment periods. Whenever the religion like gets hiked up. I think in U.S. we've had 2 of them. I don't know. It's something to look up. Historically, interesting
That's the first time I've heard somebody say that. I can look into that, but I've never heard of that. Yeah.
It might be just something that like Southern people talk about, but like I think it's called like Great Enlightenment periods or whatever. I think we had 2 of them in the U.S.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I can look into that. Yeah.
Yeah. Something to just check out and maybe just keep an eye out for. But, I mean, overall, that's pretty much all I need to talk about with you.
Hey, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
No problem. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Appreciate what you do out there.
Thanks, man. All right. B Kizzle, I feel like you've been in here for a little while. I could be wrong about that. Your microphone is muted. Hello?
Hold on, let me change my speaker.
All right.
All right, can you hear me now?
You're a little muffled. What kind of a microphone?
All right, what about now?
What kind of a mic are you using?
I'm using just my iPhone.
All right, yeah, just make sure you keep your mouth close to the mic, and it's passable.
All right, is this good?
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry. Yeah, it caught me. I was in the middle of making rice. But yeah. Basically, I haven't really heard any of the other discussions you've had yet. But I think one kind of minor gripe, it's really minor, is how you're reading some of the how you're reading some of the statistics about religion on the decline.
All right.
So it is true that religion in itself is on the decline, but when it comes to politics, there's another way you could look at it. You could look at the amount of people who are religious in America as reliable, consistent voters, whereas the other ones that may not necessarily represent that politically. Doesn't mean that's every case, but you have to think. Sorry, I'm trying to get my breath because I was in the middle of doing something.
I think I understand where you're going with this. Like in terms of political engagement, religious voters are my understanding are a pretty important block because like evangelicals, for example, are going to be pretty consistently engaged compared with the median voter. Is that what you mean?
Correct. And also they're heavily involved in the Republican government.
Yes, 100%.
And even with non-religious people like a Joe Rogan, you also have to think about the influence.
Well, he's going to church now. I mean, he's starting to go to church now.
Oh,
so
yeah. But that's the influence of people like what's that crazy guy's name? The conspiracy guy.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Alex Jones.
Oh yeah.
Alex Jones. So when it comes to say something like the vaccine, from a Christian perspective, or at least from an evangelical perspective, it's don't take the vaccine because it's the mark of the beast. Whereas,
I do understand what you're saying. There's no question that religion is a big part of Republican politics, and it is politically impactful and meaningful. When I said that the religious right are losing the culture war and kind of, I would say losing on balance.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Politically over the last 30 years, I wasn't saying that they're not a factor. They're a big factor.
Or even think about it this way: my wife technically has less right because she's black. Technically, has less opportunity than her mother and my mother because of things like the pullback on abortion rights, as well as people not understanding DEI policies.
Yeah.
So this is one thing you just have to be careful of. So I understand the point you're trying to make. Is just be mindful of that when you're looking at statistics. There's a little bit more to the story.
Yeah, I understand that.
And that's really it. I gotta get back to cooking.
All right, man. Well, enjoy your food.
All right, thanks.
Oh fuck, where did I go? Hello.
Hey, Hutch, how's it going, buddy?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I just wanted to address something real quick that I think kind of gets at, I think, an oversight on your part that is driving more distance between your position and Destiny's position than I think is necessary or warranted. So,
okay.
I think you would agree, firstly, that something that take the Hunter Biden prosecution, for example, that the Hunter Biden prosecution and that whole process was illiberal. You would agree with that, I assume, yes?
It was illiberal in the sense that it was a politically motivated investigation. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then, and also the thing that they eventually got him convicted on was not relevant to the whole reason that they started the investigation in the first place, all that stuff, right? So,
and it was something that only happened because Donald Trump was pressing the Republican Party to do that. But yeah.
Right, it was prosecuting the person, not the crime, right? And so we agree that this is an illiberal action, right? So when during your conversation with Destiny, he brought up the idea of us basically turning every Republican lawmaker, right? Every like Fox News pundit, like all of these people, right? And basically turning them all into Hunter Bidens, right? And you said you would agree with doing something like that, right?
Well, it depends. It depends. Like I would be in favor of things that would be politically beneficial, but I think the point that I was making.
Let me sharpen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Well, let me sharpen this a little bit. Let's say that Newsom in 2029, right, comes out and he appoints Jack Smith as his AG, right? And Jack Smith says, we are going to investigate. Congress says we're going to investigate all these people, right? We're going to charge them with insurrection. We're going to charge them with sedition. We're going to charge them with all of these things. And none of those charges seem to stick. And they're like, well, they committed mortgage fraud, so we're going to throw the book at them over mortgage fraud. Would you be opposed to something like that?
Probably, yeah. Probably, because I think that's politically dumb. I think you would. I was trying to touch on the possibility of perceived overreach by the voters, and Destiny was a bit incredulous at the idea that the Republicans paid a price in '98, which they just did. I don't know. It's just objectively true that they did. And so, like, if you were to do that, you are seriously running the risk of the public being of losing the public, of them, of making the person that you're targeting a martyr, even if everything you're doing is justified within the context of punishing people who are trying to like destroy the republic. Like, you can have a completely legitimate basis to target somebody with the system and try to impose some kind of consequence for their behavior. All of that can be perfectly valid, but if you start doing what you're suggesting here, it's like, well, okay, we go after every single parking ticket. Well, at that point, you do run a serious risk of like juicing up Republican numbers in the midterms and, depressing your own voter turnout. And it does get to a point where it's like, okay, well, now you've lost the thread and you've accomplished literally the opposite of what you were trying to do.
Sure. I think what I'm getting at here, I think my main disagreement with, just to dig in on an example, because we know how you love to dig in on examples, with Republicans losing seats after the Clinton impeachment, the whole Ken Starr stuff or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're a pretty good chess player, right? You've been playing chess for a long time. I don't know if you've ever played like trading card games but you're a gamer, right? So you would understand the concept of a win more, right?
A win more?
Yeah, so the way it works, I would say
I'm not
that
no fucking
in order
nerd, okay? You got to de-nerdify the conversation for me.
So in chess, I think you would agree.
So I don't know what the fuck that means. Yes, go ahead.
So in chess, I think you would agree with me and say that the minimum number of moves to win a chess game is as few as possible, right?
Yes, and in chess it would be 2 moves, the scholar's mate. But yes, go ahead.
Okay, right. When you look at other more complex games, when you have more options available to you, there are things that are called win more, right? Where these are like maybe cards, maybe strategies or other things that feel really good. They feel really powerful and they're really like bombastic win conditions, right? But if you sometimes going for these things, right, blinds you to the win condition that you have in front of you.
Yeah. Okay, I understand.
So when you bring up the fact that Republicans lost seats in that midterm, in that 98 midterm, my question to you is, what substantially, besides some arbitrary number of seats, did Republicans sacrifice or pay for with that investigation?
Well, again,
what did they lose?
Again, I feel like with this question, you're minimizing the loss of opportunity to pick up seats in the Congress. You're treating that as though that is not a big deal. And it is. It is a big deal. If it's not an arbitrary amount of seats. The Democrats picked up 5 Democratic seats in the second midterm of an incumbent president. That is not normal. That is not normal. Typically,
I'm not saying it's normal.
Typically, the opportunity for the opposition party in those kind of midterms is to pick up seats, 5, 10, 15, 20 seats. And like, this obviously matters. Every single time, 2022 mattered. we picked up an extra Senate seat and we limited their majority to like a really tiny majority. And because of that, in 2022, there's a non-zero chance that the Democrats could be in the majority before we even get to the midterms. You know, like we're like
Right,
two
but
Republican
the
heart
difference
attacks
here-
away from that. And so it obviously matters.
No. Well, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. The question is how much does it matter?
A
Right?
lot.
Like you agreed that paying a political price to cash in political capital that we gained to get the ACA passed was a good thing. That was a good sacrifice to make.
Yeah.
Even though we lost seats, right? We lost representation, right? This was a worthy sacrifice for us to do.
Civil rights, voting
Okay,
rights.
sure. Sure,
Can I
right.
interject really quick?
Wait, let them finish their point. Let them finish their point real quick, and then you can jump in.
Yeah, real quick, I'm landing the plane, right?
Okay.
But you could take this exact same, like word for word, this exact same logic and apply this to the Republicans deciding to impeach Clinton.
No, you
because
couldn't.
in their minds, this was a reasonable sacrifice to make in order to achieve this end of slandering Clinton and a Democratic president for all of history.
No, you're comparing the accomplishment of the ACA, which was a permanent healthcare reform, to what? The Republicans literally got nothing. All they did was they paid the price.
It's about their win. It's about their win condition.
What
Hutch.
win
Our
condition?
win condition was the win condition of being able to slander a Democratic president.
Who
the
cares?
first, only the second.
That's not a win condition. No, they didn't
For
care.
them, it was.
No,
For them, it was. We're still talking about Penn Star today.
Listen to me. At the time that happened, after those midterms, everybody in the Republican Party understood that they made a mistake. They got nothing for it.
Can you give me an example of any of them regretting that decision?
Bro, I was alive at the time. I was like literally just there's a fucking Reddit post
Show me an article. Show me some statement by a politician, by some Republican politician.
How old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay, so how old? So you would have been like 11 when like 10 or something when the impeachment stuff was happening?
Something like that, right? But I grew up in the aftermath of this. I grew up in the aftermath of this, watching Republicans. I grew up in a Southern Baptist, a Southern Baptist Christian home.
Okay, maybe that explains things. But like, do you use like AI models or anything like ChatGPT or whatever?
No, I tend not to, except for like very cursory searches so that I can get some sources to analyze.
Right, let me do a cursory Google search if you don't like AI models here. But like at the time that Republicans did that, Bill Clinton's approval rating went up like 10, 15, 20 points. Hillary Clinton reached her peak approval during that impeachment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she went on 2 years later to win a Senate seat in New York. And you can make a really strong argument for the fact that the Republicans...
And then Democrats lost the next presidential election.
That's not how we evaluate things. We don't evaluate things by saying, okay, well, there was a short-term loss, but then a Republican won an election 2 years later, therefore, like it wasn't a mistake. We don't evaluate politics that way. Because I could just assume...
So if I have a spider in my house and I burn down my house in response, and then a week later I look back at my burned down house, do you think that I would say, hey, this is probably a mistake to burn down my house?
Yes, I would say that's a mistake to burn down your house. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Right. But none of them are saying that this instance of this reaction was a mistake to do. None of them have said, I've not seen, again, you can show me something. I'm willing to have my mind changed on this. But I have not ever seen that.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you here, man.
Can I make a point really quick?
Yeah, go ahead and jump in. I'm doing some Googling here.
Yeah, no, it was just kind of to the point that Mox is saying. It's just like, you're saying they're being punished right now. And I agree they are being punished in a sense, but it's like, what's the lesson they take from this, right? If the lesson they take from this is like, well, I guess we'll just do it different next time, then it's like, they didn't really learn a lesson versus like, if the lesson is, damn, we can't act like this anymore. That's a worthwhile lesson then for sure. But I don't think that's what they're learning.
Yeah, like.
Okay, wait, I just want to say something. All right. So there's a Yahoo News article. A former Republican congressman who led the charge to impeach who led the charge to impeach Bill Clinton in 1998, said he paid a visit to the former Democratic president a few years ago to ask forgiveness for his role in the affair. So like he's not the only person, okay? Like at the time, everybody in the country was talking about how this investigation was bullshit. There were comedians that were doing like stand-up specials that were talking about they were making jokes about like, oh, we're going to impeach this guy for a fucking blowjob. It was in the culture. It was discussed on the news. It was like the most relevant thing in the entire country. I cannot stress enough how much people were talking about the Monica Lewinsky scandal and the impeachment process. It spectacularly backfired against Republicans. This was the thing that everybody was talking about in the news at the time. And we can just plainly see that Hillary Clinton was it made her more sympathetic, and then she went on to win a New York Senate seat. And for the first part of the 21st century, she was a titan of Democratic Party politics. She had a lot of power. She had a lot of influence. And it was because arguably they had boosted her. Okay. She was dangerous during that time. She was someone that the Republican Party feared, and they made her stronger through that process. The fact that she went on to lose an election in 2016 doesn't erase all of that.
I'm not saying it does. I'm not talking about that at all, right? But when we talk about whether or not it was worth it for the Republican Party, right? And sure, whoever this politician is that apologized to the Clintons, I'll take that. That's your word. You're a good faith dude. I take you at your word here, right? But my argument here, when I say what did they lose besides House seats, the more specifically the question that I'm asking is like, what policy initiatives, right, during that time frame did Republicans not get to do that otherwise they would have been able to do without this, right? When I ask about the price they paid, simply losing some representation isn't necessarily paying a price if you didn't actually care about doing anything with that.
Hang on.
And also the Republicans.
Wait, pause there, real quick. Pause there. It matters every time. You could have, for example, 10, 15, 20 seats, and then the incumbent party wins 5 seats. That does matter. I can't get you to understand that.
But why does it matter?
You're asking me why the makeup of the Congress matters?
No, I'm asking why does losing 5 seats matter in a Congress that is largely getting what they want?
Because I just told you it doesn't just impact that midterm. Okay, so if you could have won 10 or 15 seats, but you didn't, in fact, the opposite happens. The incumbent party picks up 5 seats. That ripples, the consequences of that ripple for years. It's not just relevant to then.
Wait, so I'm not allowed to use like forward projections about like the ripple effects of like Republican overreach and Republican policy, but you're allowed to use ripple effects when it talks about congressional representation? No. Because the House of Representatives, like the Republican Party reclaimed the majority in the House in 2000.
You're not demonstrating any, the difference here is I'm demonstrating how it actually did hurt the Republican Party. You want to minimize that because, it's just 5 seats in the House, but you have not demonstrated any actual value to their impeachment.
But you're making the positive claim that this hurt them, and I'm asking, what did they get? They got the ability to slander a Democratic president.
What did they get for that?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Right now, almost all of
an ability to slander. If the slander backfires and makes the people more popular, then what's the value to that?
Almost all of Trump's populism right now is based on the simple argument that the entirety of the Democratic Party and the entirety of our government system is corrupt.
What does that have to do with the impeachment?
Because the impeachment plants that seed.
No, it didn't. What are you talking about? When people think about government corruption and draining the swamp, they weren't talking about the impeachment stuff. That's not what they were talking about.
No. It creates this environment. What that impeachment allowed Republicans to do is create this environment where now the Democratic Party is as equally corrupt as we want to be.
If we can show them to be stuff. That did not come from the Lewinsky stuff. What are you talking about? That was like bank bailouts and corporate lobbying and these kinds of things. People, when they talk about like government corruption, if you go around and you ask Americans, like, you know, what are some examples of government corruption? Literally 0% of people that you ask are going to be like, oh yeah, the fucking Lewinsky blowjob. No one is going to say that.
Do you think the perception of Obama and like all of these other things that you're talking about, and like the fecklessness and ineptitude and corruption of the of the Democratic Party or of like liberal institutions or whatever, do you don't think that any of that was informed at all by the Clinton scandal?
No, not the fucking Lewinsky scandal. What are you basing this off of?
We just have a fundamental disagreement here.
What are you basing this off of? Why? I don't understand what you're basing this off of. Are you telling me if you were to walk around the country and ask 100 people, you know, when you think of like government corruption and the ways that you know, the reasons why people have lost faith in institutions and political parties in the system, how many of those people are going to even mention the fucking Monica blowjob?
It depends. One, I think it depends on the cohort you ask. But if you're looking for like a representative, right, like a large enough, you know, cohort to like be like representative, like a representative sample size, I would say that at least half of them would throw Clinton's impeachment in there as a point to show that Democrats.
No, it would be a point against the Republicans. It would be a point against the Republicans.
I don't think it would. I don't think it would.
Respectfully, I don't think you understand like what happened during that impeachment, what the impact was in politics, and I think you should spend some time just like reading up on like how that played out, because it's not matching with your reality.
No, I'll do that, but the reality
it did backfire on them. They did not get anything from that.
But it didn't backfire in a way that actually made them rethink how they go about doing these things. That's a
different thing. I don't even disagree. It didn't dissuade them from becoming crazy.
Did McConnell, or did he not, as soon as Obama was inaugurated, say that his goal was to obstruct Obama at every point and make him a one-term president and deny him everything? Did he not say
what does
that was
this
his
have
goal?
to do with the impeachment of Bill Clinton?
Because it shows that the Republicans did not learn that type of behavior is not okay. If Republicans had a majority under Obama's presidency,
I never told
if
you
they
they
had
did.
a majority in Congress, they would have impeached Obama over something equally stupid.
I never made the case. I never made the case that the Republicans learned a lesson in terms of like that particular thing. I never said that.
You're trying to say that they lost something substantial by doing that. I don't think they did.
How many times do I need to explain that losing an opportunity to pick up a bunch of seats in a midterm election, that always matters?
What would you do with those seats, Hutch? What would they have done with those seats if they had them?
Do you understand that if you secure a larger majority, if you secure a larger majority in one midterm election, and then you go to the next midterm election, having done that, so for example, like 2006 was a really successful midterm cycle for the Democrats. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. And when that, okay, would you agree that them having a good midterm? Actually, I want to double check that real quick. Hold on.
I'm taking you on good faith here.
I'm almost positive I'm right. I just want to double check there. Because by that point, the public had really started to turn on the Bush administration for the wars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the 2006 midterm cycle was widely regarded as a very strong year for Democrats, marked by major gains across the. Hold on. So they gained 31 seats in the House, taking the majority. They gained 6 seats in the Senate, ending with a narrow 51-49 majority. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, hold on, Hutch. The thing is, they're gaining those seats.
Let me make my point.
Sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
Would you agree that it is much easier for incumbents to defend seats than it is for challengers to take those seats?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. So when you win a seat, that gives you an incumbent advantage. That's a big deal, right?
Sure, but you're missing the forest for the trees here.
I'm going to land my plane here. Okay. So then would you agree that the Democrats in 2006 having a strong midterm cycle was the reason why they were able to secure majorities big enough to pass the ACA by the time Obama won in 2008.
Yes, but because
so I have just demonstrated the value of having strong midterm performances, and when you squander that, you give up bigger majorities. I can't get you to realize that this is a big deal.
It's because in those midterms, they gained the majority. They didn't already have the majority and then got a bigger majority.
No!
They did not have the majority, and in those midterms,
Why are you adding this? Why does that matter? Are you not following my logic here? If you have a strong midterm performance, it makes the job easier to get more consensus in the Congress by the time you get a trifecta.
This is the win more, Hutch. This is the win more. What matters, having a majority or having a bigger majority? What matters more?
Obviously having a bigger majority. So you agree with me that
matters more than having a majority?
No, wait, what? In order to have a bigger majority, you need to have a majority, right?
Sure, but if you have the majority, right, this is why I brought up the concept of a win more, right? It goes back to why Trump doesn't want to pack the court, right? He's already winning. He already has the majority that he needs.
Let me put
it. He doesn't need more of a majority.
Let me put it a different way.
In this way.
Hold on. Let me put it a different way here. I just want to look up what was the congressional makeup in 2001. The House of Representatives had, it looks like, a bare majority of 220 seats, and it was a 50-50 Senate. Okay. Now, you remember the Biden administration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. One of the problems of the Biden administration was because he had such tiny majorities that he had no room for error, and this gave certain Democrats a lot of leverage, namely Manchin and Sinema, who were willing to use that leverage and then block certain provisions and these kinds of. That is a consequence of having no room for error and tiny majorities, right? You would agree that that hurts a president's ability to deliver on their agenda, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So now imagine instead, in 1998, instead of there being no change in the Senate makeup and the Democrats picking up 5 seats in the House, now imagine the Republicans had what would have been like a more traditional midterm performance for an opposition party in the second term. Let's say they picked up 25 seats in the House, and let's say they picked up, 3 or 4 seats in the Senate. You understand that would have empowered George W. Bush at the time to do more, to deliver more on his agenda. He wouldn't have been as constrained by the Congress, right?
So I think the key distinction here is whether or not losing those seats in 98 did not lose Republicans the majority. They still have the
Answer my question. You're avoiding
but
you're
yes,
avoiding
but
my
in
point.
a way. I'm not avoiding your point. It matters.
It matters. I don't think you're approaching me in good faith right now. Okay?
It matters.
I don't think
matters.
Listen to me. You need to contend with my point. Do you understand the value of having a successful midterm performance and how that positions presidents, right? I just got you to acknowledge that when you have really slim majorities, it can result in difficulties for the president, such as the case that we saw with Biden. Okay. And I just told you that George W. Bush, when he was inaugurated, he had a similar situation with his Congress. He only had a 50-50 Senate and a bare majority in the House. Okay. That limits your ability to do stuff. So can I get you to acknowledge that when an opposition party does overreach and is punished by the voters and squanders what should have been a successful midterm election, that this matters? It hurt them.
Yes, it matters.
They paid a price.
In the same way that sacrificing a piece matters, right? What matters more is the boon that you get from that sacrifice that you've made. And the sacrifice they made in 98, it didn't cost them. It cost them seats, and that was important. Yes,
and it mattered, right?
It mattered, right?
Okay,
but what mattered more? What mattered more, because they didn't lose the majority. Also, if they had lost the majority as well, like in the process of losing these seats, I would be much closer to your position and much closer to your argument. But they didn't lose the majority. What matters there is having the majority, right? But having a
It's
bigger
not
majority.
the only thing that matters.
I'm not.
I just explained.
Understand that it's a balance.
I
It's a
just
balance of what matters
explained.
more. It's a balance of what matters more. If they had lost the majority, again, I'd be much closer to you, right? But that was a sacrifice that they were willing to make in order to get that done. They were cashing in on the political capital that they had built in a way.
I understand the purpose of, like in chess, sometimes it makes sense to sacrifice a piece if it means that you can launch an attack that ends in a checkmate or something like that. I understand short-term sacrifice for long-term gain. You have not demonstrated any value to their quote sacrifice in 1998. You seem to think that because this gave them the ability to slander the president, that this was a worthwhile sacrifice, that they actually gained from that. And I just explained to you that there wasn't any gain. They didn't gain for that. The public did view that as overreach. It didn't help the party. And I just told you again that you can make a strong argument for them impeaching Bill Clinton. That led to Hillary Clinton winning her Senate seat in 2000 and becoming a very powerful politician in this country. And that lasted for like over a decade. Okay. She was a very powerful, influential politician. And the Republicans feared her power level, and they were the ones that created that monster by making her sympathetic. You understand? Like they.
So you don't think the Republican Party gained anything with that calculation? You don't think they gained anything?
No, they
by
didn't. No, they
choosing
did not gain anything from that. No, they did not gain from that impeachment.
Look, I love you to death, brother. I am your strongest soldier anywhere I go. You are my bald king, okay? I just think we have a fundamental disagreement.
Then find me the gain. Find me the gain, and you can change my mind. Find me the gain.
The gain is their ability to constantly point at Democrat corruption and Democrats also being just as bad as us, because in their minds,
what you're saying makes no sense. What you're saying makes no sense. They gained the ability to point to Bill Clinton and say, Bill Clinton bad. Who cares? They did that. That's what they did with the impeachment. They did that.
All Democrats. They got the ability to slander all Democrats.
Well, Barack Obama won like a sweeping mandate in 2008, right? So that negates what they did, right?
Not because of Ken Starr.
But I'm making the point that what are you saying? Like beyond the ability to slander Bill Clinton, that's not enough. It's not enough to say, oh, I get to slander you now. You need to demonstrate if that slandering actually benefits you in some way.
Because it builds this long-term, and it long-term builds this environment where you muddy the waters and you drag everybody into the mud with you. That way, when you do unhinged, despicable shit, it doesn't seem so bad when you can point to the other guy and say, look, he did this shit too. This isn't that bad. That is an incredibly powerful motivator with a lot of the way that conservatives.
But when did this happen?
It's been happening for the last 20 years, Hutch.
No, but that has nothing to do with Monica Lewinsky sucking Bill Clinton's cock.
No, because what I'm saying here is it planted this seed. It was part of this narrative, because the loss, the potential sacrifice that they had to make wasn't as bad as continuing to let the American public know that their desire to drag Democrats down to their level was more powerful than wanting to mitigate the sacrifice that they took to get it.
That was a stupid decision that they made. It was widely understood to be a stupid decision. Everyone in the news media at the time everyone in the culture, everyone. It was like I already told you, there were comedians cracking jokes about this. Like the whole running joke in the country for everybody was like, they're really going after this guy for getting his fucking cock sucked. Like that it just didn't have the negative impact that you seem to be implying. Like people, when they think of government corruption and these kinds of things, they're not thinking about Bill Clinton getting his fucking cock sucked by Monica Lewinsky. They're thinking about corporate lobbyists, and they're thinking about the bank bailouts, and they're thinking about that kind of perception of corruption, not the fucking blowjob. The impeachment didn't do fucking shit.
Unironically, you're doing the exact thing right now that Destiny called you out for doing earlier, and that's presenting this far more black-pilled vision of where you think America is, because it's not just Democrats that I'm talking about here, right? I'm talking about the Republican base, part of what led to Trump's success and their ability to do whatever hindrance they had, like and what support Congress, Republican Congress people had against opposing Obama, right? Was built out of the Republican base and this idea among the Republican base and activating them to this idea that Democrats are corrupt. That Democrats are corrupt.
Obama was a 2-term president. He was one of the most popular presidents in modern history. They tried, they swung.
Yes, but you know how cults work, dude. Cults are about reinforcing the delusion until the delusion is inescapable. But in order to reinforce the delusion, you have to plant the seed of that delusion.
Barack
Stuff
Obama
like the Ken Starr
conquered the
investigation.
Republican Party. He conquered them. They didn't beat him. He beat them.
Well, did Obama do it or did Democratic voters do it? Because last time I checked, the reason that they had the supermajority, the supermajority and all power over all of Congress, because the voters put them there. Because Democratic voters put them there.
I don't even understand what distinction you're making here.
The point I'm trying to make, right, is that the Ken Starr thing was not about, like, they didn't view that as a loss because they lost 5 seats or because Bill Clinton wasn't convicted or anything like that.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
I will do. I feel like we're looping here. I will do more reading into this. I will look back and try to find some like old articles, old pundits and commentators trying. I will do that, but that is not my impression or perception of the way that Bill Clinton and the Ken Starr investigation and all of that impeachment
spectacularly backfired.
I don't see how it's spectacularly backfired.
I tried to explain it to you, and you are evading like the only logical conclusions.
I don't think that losing 5 seats. I don't think that losing 5 seats matters as much to the Republicans.
How else do I need to explain it? How else did I not demonstrate to you that the difference between having a bare majority and a bigger majority could be the difference between like legislation passing and no legislation passing? I just explained this to you.
What legislation did not pass that would have passed if they had those 5 seats?
I would have to go back and look at George W. Bush's policy platform, but you already understand. I already know that you understand that you have more leeway to get more stuff done with bigger majorities. This is not fucking rocket science.
Yes, Hutch, I understand that 100%. What I'm asking you're the one that made the positive claim that Republicans paid for this in some way. And I'm asking you to do is substantiate that.
No, we're looping. I did. You're not processing
by
that.
losing seats, and I'm telling you, yes, we are losing seats.
Someone just end this. Someone knock me out in a video game so I can just go to sleep and just avoid this. I should not have to explain to people why having a unsuccessful midterm election cycle matters. Why do I need to explain this? This is 7th grade civics. Please just
show me what law. Show me what law or legislation did not get passed.
I appreciate the conversation.
I love you, Hutch. I'm still here, brother.
I love you too. All right, bye-bye. God damn it, man. Son of a bitch. I feel like if you ever reach a point in a political debate like this, you ever reach a point where you're saying it's actually no big deal to fuck up in the midterms, It's time to pause and reevaluate. I think you're debate broing yourself into a really ridiculous situation. It obviously matters. It obviously matters. 2022. I mean, like, do people not understand the significance of 2022? I've said it 1,000 times in the last 2 weeks. 2022 was so important to this current moment that we're in right now. We're heading into this midterm cycle right now. And 4 years ago, because that night went so good for Democrats, it positioned us right now to have an opportunity to take back the Senate, for example. Like, every midterm cycle matters. Every single midterm cycle matters. If you're in the majority and you're out of the majority, it doesn't matter. It's like a fucking football game, guys. Politics is like a fucking football games. Or it's like a football game. Like, every yard fucking matters. Literally every seat, especially in the modern era when the margins are so small. We're doing this back and forth between the two political parties. It's this like knockdown, drag out fight. It's a fucking like 12-round boxing match. It's like a football game between two teams that both have like really good defense and really good running games. It's just like every little bit, and just like all of it matters. Like, it all matters. Of course, Republicans paid a price for that overreach in 1998, and they did regret it. It was like the Republican Party. Like, I was old enough to remember. Like, I remember my parents would watch the news every fucking day. Do you guys understand? I don't think people understand. The Monica Lewinsky story was like front page news. Every news channel was talking about it every single night for like over a year. It was a story that like never died. It dominated the culture, the news, everything, bro. Everything. Saturday Night Live making fucking weekly jokes about it, and like every stand-up comedian in the country working some bit about Lewinsky into their like stand-up routines. Every news channel covered it every night. Okay. Hello. Which one of you lovely people? Now I want to give Jay the opportunity because I'm told that Jay's been in here for a while.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I think I've been waiting less time than.
Okay. Well, whoever wants to start it, it doesn't matter to me.
He can take it.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm not watching the stream. I don't know do you want to like have a reset question or do you just want to get right into it?
No, it's whatever you want to talk about. It's fine.
Okay, fine. Real quick, stupid, silly diversion. Have you ever heard of a game called Outer Wilds?
Yes, but I have not played it. I've seen it's like a planet kind of building kind of thing, right?
It's not building. It's just like a fun puzzle exploration game. I think it's a really good anti-anxiety thing. I would say don't look up anything and just play it if you're interested. I just think in stressful times, it's nice to have something with low stakes and good music.
All right. Yeah, I hear good things about that game. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Now into this. I was going over the video you released of your conversation with Destiny, and I was just kind of going minute by minute. And I found some bedrock disagreements there. Do you want me to just kind of go line by line, or have like actually, sorry. Let me just ask this question. Do you think it would be like a healthy democracy for us if for like the next 60 years we were like voting our asses off essentially in elections against like Trump-style semi-authoritarian candidates?
No.
Or would that be like, yeah, that would probably, okay.
It would be a sign that we are being strained as a republic, and there would be uncertainty about the long-term viability of the republic.
Right. I feel like that's kind of already showing in the fact of like, you know, like look at how everyone in Europe sees us. Like, I don't know how they're not supposed to see like if we have a vibe session, because I think you agree too, right? Like our economic indicators during the election weren't really like terrible, at least as far as I'm aware. I could be incorrect.
They had recovered quite a bit by the time we got to November 2024.
Right, and comparable to like any other like, what are they, OECD nations or whatever, like Great Britain, UK, I don't know what the difference between the two, but like, Japan, all of them, like we were doing, I think, better. That's what I hear, but I don't know that. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
That seemed to be it, but it seemed like for like the average American, even like I would say Democrats, like at least as far as like in my social circle, I'm in LA. I think you're in LA too. There are like people, I'm 28, I was 27 at the time. So like people in that relatively young, like 26 to 30 age group that are like telling me about how terrible their lives are as I watch them like get pretty good jobs. I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah, your economics aren't, I guess, like you don't have a house, but like you're not doing terrible. I don't know how you feel so bad when you like have enough money to DoorDash like 3 times a week and pay for every subscription service you want and like do all these things.
It's kind of a common,
and yet like
it's kind of a common trend, I think, for young people in this country to imagine a past 30 or 40 years prior and then think that life was like perfect back then and their lives are really difficult in comparison. I went through a similar phase.
Same. Yeah, I was a huge Bernie guy at one point. I was, embarrassingly enough, okay, this is me being vulnerable, I was a huge Vosh guy at one time. So like,
That's fine.
I felt like
that's fine.
it's just a joke, sorry. But like, yeah, like I've felt that similar way, and like realistically, a lot of what broke me out of that was like watching other liberals, Destiny included, and kind of asking myself some hard questions of like, am I really like spending as well as I could be with my money? And the answer was really no, but it was in like a lot of embarrassing ways that I think are hard to confront for not only myself, but a lot of other Americans as well, where it's like, you don't really need to be buying all these things that you're buying, but you enjoy them. So you do, and you feel entitled to them. And like, but essentially all that to get to the point of like, somehow we got here, right? Like, even though like, there's not really a lot of reality to what people are feeling, we like vibed ourselves into like semi-authoritarianism. And I think one of the bedrock disagreements we have is what Destiny brought up yesterday, where it's like, truthfully, I think I'm a little more on his side. I think if we were doing economically okay, like midterms would be a fierce battle, I think.
If what now? Say that one more time.
If Trump didn't like do all this weird tariff shit, if like, say he got elected and then all of his aides were like, hey, don't do this. This is stupid. Just coast off of like, democratic successes, like keep plastering your name over like chip stuff. Yeah.
If the macroeconomic trends remained like in a positive direction, then I think it would be more difficult for Democrats to win back the midterms, but I do think they would still win the midterms. And I tried to make the point in the debate last night that the first term, the economy was really good. Like almost throughout the whole thing. I mean, obviously COVID interrupted things, but
yeah,
even with a really good economy, he was a historically unpopular president. So, he'd be.
I would say he was also a historically divisive president, though, which probably contributed to that, right?
Well, yeah, what are we doing here? Yeah, I mean, yeah, people didn't like him because he's divisive and incompetent and corrupt. Yeah.
But then like he got back in and did all those exact same things again, which is like, I guess why people keep coming back to the long-term worry of like, I agree with you that I can see how Republicans are doing a little bit of the short term. And I think it goes earlier with, I'm sorry for interjecting earlier, but I really did want to interject with like, it feels like Republicans are never learning the lesson of like, we shouldn't act in a bad way. They're just learning the lesson of like, oh, okay, public sentiment and power has shifted. We'll just wait until it's shifted back our way again. That feels like that's the lesson they learn every time. Not that they shouldn't act piss poorly, because then they just do it again.
Well, I mean, what's done is done. And, I think the American voters made a pretty heartbreaking decision back in November 2024. I don't think it was because Donald Trump was regarded as this like really competent person, or I don't think it was because Donald Trump was making.
Can I get you on that competency point?
Well, let me just say real quick, like I don't think that he was reelected again because people were like yearning for fascism. I think he was elected again because the country went through 2 years of inflation and people had to adjust their budgets, and it did hurt families. And it wasn't Biden's fault necessarily, broadly for like global inflation. But anytime macroeconomic trends go in a negative direction, the incumbent parties are always blamed for that. And
I understand that, but I feel like we have a unique issue here where it's like we had a vibe session where it's like, you're right, we like global events affected America at all, and you're right, like we got out of it as best as we could, and everybody did everything like correctly. But now we're going to flirt with fascism for 4 years as like a cute snack, you know? Like
it is what it is, man. I'm not happy about it.
But that can't be the answer, right? Like
what
that,
do you
it
mean?
can't be
I mean,
like
it's
it happens.
Well, I mean, I don't understand when you say like it can't be this or it can't be that. That's the situation we're in right now, and I can't.
Well,
I can't.
What I mean when I say it can't be that is that's not a workable state of affairs. If that is the state of affairs, then
it's not ideal. If that's what you mean, I completely agree with you. So then the question becomes, what is the best way to block Republicans from having the power to do these really bad things? And the boring, really straightforward answer is to maximize electoral wins and minimize electoral losses and make good decisions
I agree with that, but I
politically
think
and run good campaigns and run strong
nobody disagrees with that.
candidates.
I think.
And if there is an opportunity to pursue like legal justice, then yeah, of course, take those opportunities. But that's the job. That's the path forward. That's how we're going to get through this.
That's fine, yeah.
Yes.
But this is where I come back to where I feel like a little, like, I don't know. This is not a good summation of what we're saying. I'm not saying like every Dem that's running needs to tell everyone like, all right, we're running on Republicans are being thrown in jail. It doesn't matter what we have to do. We're going to do the exact same thing as them. I would never say that is a good Dem strategy. You agree with that, right? Like we both agree that would be really stupid and would do exactly what you're saying, which is like would drive Republicans to be like, look, they're villains too.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. I don't think we should seek to emulate this administration.
Perfect. Not only should we not seek to emulate this administration, I think that you don't have to broadcast everything you plan on your administration doing necessarily. Like if you plan on running an accountability administration, I don't think that has to be the focus of your campaign when you're running. So if Gavin Newsom wants to, yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah. So that's where I think you would agree more on, I would say, I'm assuming Destiny's position because I kind of am more on that side. But like, yeah, where it's like, if we're going to run on this idea of like, I would say like a Project 2029 style thing, have whatever like liberal advocacy groups and like work with their law teams to be like, all right, these are the laws we think they like broke. Maybe even resurrect that fucking Dominion lawsuit and make it like a federal case or something. Or like,
I don't know.
I don't know either. This is me being like a sci-fi writer. Okay, I'm very unaware, like not knowledgeable on that sort of thing. But it feels like there has to be some sort of justice.
Listen, I'm well. I mean, like I'm open to novel and creative ideas as long as they don't as long as they don't run the significant risk of. Oh wait, what happened? Are we good, chat? As long as they don't run the significant risk of like blowing up and backfiring, which is a risk that you need to consider. But
I do consider it, but I think that even if there is a small chance of that happening, some of these things might be worth running that small chance. Would you agree? Like if there is a majority chance or plurality chance of like victory in the way that we want it?
It depends on what you're talking about. It depends on what you're looking for, and it depends on the method that you're employing. I'm not going to say yes.
Well, I would
or
just
no.
I would look for Congress to be scared to abdicate their position and let like a future executive just run the reins because they feel okay doing that.
How would you do that?
I would say. I'm not sure how, but you asked like it depends what you're looking for, and I said that's probably what I would be looking for. Is that like Republicans shouldn't feel like they can just like anoint, I mean, it feels like that's what they've done with Trump. Like they shouldn't be able to just kind of anoint a guy.
Ideally, there would be a strong disincentive, whether that be the person thinks that it would like destroy their career if they did that, or whether that be the person thinks that there might be like legal consequences for these kinds of things. I agree. Obviously, it would be ideal to have disincentives in place to move the current conservative like movement in this country away from the just abject insanity and lawlessness. Yeah. And like typically, I'm just saying like typically the way that we have addressed these things across government in America over the last 250 years is through reforms. You win elections
and
pass reforms.
I'm not against reforms. But I think there are also, like, again, across these 250 years in this nation, we have also done a great, extraordinary things to protect, like, our, like, beautiful democracy, right?
I mean,
Civil War, least of them, Revolutionary War, the start of it.
Okay, those are wars, you know, obviously, but you know.
I'm not advocating for wars. The point I'm advocating for is that before the wars, they probably would have been willing to bend some rules to do some things to protect themselves, to avoid those wars from happening. I think. I can't speak to what the Civil War, the people who died in the Civil War would say, but I hope they would say something similar to that.
Well, I mean, you know, when at the end of the day, what we're talking about with the Civil War, what it was all about was government reforms, you know, like reforming the Constitution to emancipate the slaves. And then you had another like ongoing conversation that lasted for 100 years in the context.
Well, again,
of
you're going back to civil rights, right? And in terms of civil rights,
that is what I'm saying.
I like, in the terms of civil rights, like we had to do, again, extraordinary measures. The federal government had to come in and tell them, hey, your unions don't get to function like this.
Yeah,
you can't exclude people.
But how did they
do that? We
took
extraordinary measures.
But how did they do that? Like what empowered LBJ to do what he was able to do?
They found reforms in the power of the people, yeah.
Because he had girthy fucking majorities. So they had to win elections and you had to actually like build a consensus in the Congress to do those things.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think we're disagreeing on that point at all. Like I said, and I think Destiny mentioned the same thing. Like all of our strategies here require us to win elections. That's the prescription. So just win elections, right? So like that's what we're doing right now. And so what are we seeing from these Democratic Party candidates that are having the most success? They're giving you a blueprint for how to win elections, and just keep doing that. Keep doing that. That's what I wanted to mention, right? You mentioned Mamdani, Spanberger, and Cheryl, right? These are the types of people that like give you hope, and like the people you're seeing.
Yeah, I think the Democratic Party. I think the Democratic Party right now has a really impressive bench. I think we have really strong candidates. You know.
I can't speak to the others. I was just going through the points that you said in the video, and you mentioned these three. So I looked into them. But when I look at them, what I see are people who are like vocally fighting this administration on every ground that they can, right? Cheryl was happily saying you can't use anything in fucking New Jersey for anywhere you want to stage ICE. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
That's what people love about Newsom, is that he's telling ICE to fuck off. Mamdani is like getting people who were supposed to be deported back with that one woman from Colombia. Spanberger, I didn't have enough time to look into. I was
they're being aggressive against this administration.
Exactly. And I think that's what liberals and Democrats want. Like, I think that's what people have been talking about. Even like, right. Yeah, exactly. So then we agree. Like, we want a feisty administration that is going to actually go after lawlessness and punish them for like these things. So that way future generations don't think that this is an acceptable way to act in government, right?
Yeah, we agree on that. Where we maybe disagree, and where I definitely disagreed with Destiny, is, I mean, he very explicitly said to explore extra legal options. I disagree. I don't understand how that helps the situation right now. I think people.
Which extra legal options did he mention? Because I feel like when I was listening, what I heard was like the harassment of Congress, which I feel like you guys disagreed on whether that was extra legal or not.
No, I don't think we did. I don't well, I think he was saying that it was like a violation of norms.
The spirit of Congress, essentially. Yeah, he's saying like
sure.
Well, I think that's what he was saying, right? Like treating everybody like Hunter Biden would be pretty disastrous for progress, I think.
Well, like the Congress, they just have the authority, and it's not, this has been something that is, I mean, Congress fulfills a very valuable oversight role, and they've been, you know, using very creative means to attack the incumbent party, or I'm kind of losing the thread a little bit here, but like the Congress investigating the previous administration is not some egregious violation of norms. It's not a healthy sign of a democracy necessarily, but it's not the same risk. Like, it just depends on what you're investigating and how you conduct the investigation. You know, I would argue that the attacks on like Hunter Biden, I don't think that they helped the Republican Party all that much. I think that was.
I think they kind of did.
Did it though? I mean, I feel like...
Here, let me just get these 3 words off. Ready? You ready for this nuke? Biden, crime, family. Every Republican knows that phrase, and it's all they say every single time. It's kind of huge for them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you might be right, but like, I don't think that when people went to vote in 2024, I don't think a lot of them were motivated by all those like theatrics. I think it was more. I think it was much more about the economy, immigration.
I think it was too. It's just like we get back to that first question I asked, where it's like, do you think it would be healthy if, like, for the next 60 years, we're just like voting for our lives against like a semi-fascist candidate?
No, of course
and it's
not. And you can take. I'd have to go back and listen to the conversation again with Destiny, but I'm almost positive at a point in the conversation he did explicitly say that it would be justified to use extra legal means. But you can, if you want to avoid this outcome of not having to, have close elections against a party that is slowly drifting towards fascism for the next 50 years or whatever, you can use extra legal or extrajudicial or authoritarian means to like crush an opposition party. But then you also get into discussions about how those individual actions that are being proposed could backfire. And that was another direction that the conversation went into.
Yeah, the filibuster was a big one on that.
Well, the filibuster, I think that is a move that the Democrats just need to do. And I hope that there's a push to do that. But
no, I agree. But you said about backfiring, and I think his argument was that that's why Republicans won't remove the filibusters, because it would obviously backfire for them, and they know that.
Yeah, I think that's a calculation for them right now, but I think the Democrats should do it when they take office. I'm not sure how many Americans are super motivated by like preserving the filibuster.
Do you think it'd be worth it for them to run on that, or no?
I think it just depends, like you have to sort of see where the voters are at, but I doubt that would be something that would be like something that I would want them to necessarily run on. I would more want them to be sworn in January of 2029.
And that's like a background project or
what?
Just
do it. I don't know if I would advise running on getting rid of the filibuster. Like if there's congressional candidates that are running on that, they have more freedom to do that. But as far as the president goes, I don't know if that's going to be like a powerfully motivating thing for the center.
I guess another bedrock disagreement I think we have too is about the ease with which we'll be able to like.
But wait, what do we
claw
disagree
back
about?
the center.
What do we disagree about that? Or you said another bedrock thing that we disagree on. What did we establish that we disagree on?
Earlier, I think our bedrock disagreement was about like. I'll just read off this. Sorry, I had notes here. Oh, that if the economy were better, Americans broadly wouldn't really care that much about this administration, and that midterms would basically be like a really hard fight for Democrats. I think you don't think it would be that much of a fight. There would still be like kind of somewhat less, but still broad support for Democrats, and I don't really think that.
I mean, he's not. Again, I would just point to the first midterms. Like he's not a popular president. People don't. He's a better campaigner than he is a president. And so even if you had like a good economy,
here's
like if you had a good economy, people would still be disgusted with the ICE stuff. If you had a good economy, people would still be massively disapproving.
I mean, are we like what happened with the guy who shot Renee Good and the one who shot Alex Peretti? Like, can you tell me where those investigations are? Did Minnesota even get to look at them yet? Because I don't know.
Are you denying that the ICE stuff was a liability for this administration?
I'm not denying it's a liability, but I'm saying what's the accountability on that side? Like what's happening?
Well, I mean, it's up to the federal government to, how they do their own internal processes. I don't have a lot of faith that, but this is different.
And I'm just saying, like, now we're in a war with Iran. It feels like the American public is just kind of like going to be moving on, like, holy shit, the American president or the presidential candidate almost got assassinated. And now we're literally just past it, right? Like,
well,
we move past these things all the time.
I mean, I agree. But that,
and I agree in a bad way. Like, it's going to be to our detriment. Like, where there's too many like jangling keys. Like, even me, I was not a fan of Trump's first term, and I can't even remember like half of the worst shit because now I have to focus on all this new shit that's happening.
Well, I mean, again, we had a really strong economy the first time, and he was unpopular. I
guess, but
Trump is who he is. So like, Trump is still gonna be bad.
He is who he is, and they voted him in for that.
Trump is gonna be bad, and he's gonna say stupid things, and he's gonna do bad things. He's gonna do unpopular things, whether or not the economy is good. And I would put more stock in your theory if he was popular during his first term, but he wasn't. The things that he was doing, the Trumpy things that he does, are just unpopular with voters. And so, would he be ahead would he be higher in the polls right now by like 2 or 3 or 4 points, sure, yeah, probably, but he would still be doing unpopular things just like the first time.
I mean, I guess it doesn't. I guess I'm just not that thrilled that like he's getting away with doing terrible shit, and then it's like
Neither
the
am I.
repercussion is that it's unpopular.
I'm not
so
thrilled
it's
by
like
it, but I'm not thrilled by that either. That I don't understand.
I understand, but you seem somewhat. Do you understand the difference between the two of our positions? Where it feels maybe if I'm projecting this wrong or whatever, it feels like you feel placated by this idea that like, well, see, like people don't like it, and I feel like people don't like more the economy shit, and then all this is like ancillary. It's like
Well,
another
how do you
reason to add
explain the
on
first
top of it.
term? Why was he why was he unpopular the first term?
I mean, I explained the first term is that he did a coup and he got away with it. Nobody cared, right?
Wait,
Like,
what? No, I'm asking
he
why
walked
he
away
was
scot-free.
Why was he popular during his first term? Why was he unpopular during his first term when the economy was really good?
Because he was divisive, like we mentioned earlier.
Right. Yes. He's still that same guy.
Okay, but you're right. He was unpopular, and then who won the popular vote?
Biden in 2020.
And after that,
Trump after 2 years of inflation.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean that he was
but that's
popular during the
thing,
first
2 years of
term.
inflation that we all agree was not even as bad as it could have been for any other person.
I don't understand the logic of like, because Donald Trump won a second term in 2024, this means that
The logic is this. The logic is that if people can feel any hit to their wallet and then flirt with fascism, that's fucking scary.
I understand.
That's like not a healthy place.
I understand that, but I'm saying that the prescriptions that you guys are giving don't work. The idea
What prescription have I given that you disagreed with this whole time? We've agreed on prescriptions.
You're in here. I thought you were arguing on behalf of Destiny, but like Destiny, for example, was like saying, well, you would just make a decision to either, ignore the court or add 30 justices to the court. And when I ask, what's your plan to add 30 justices? How are you going to get Congress to do that? He has an attitude of like, well, you just kind of figure it out. And it's like, well, it doesn't really work that way.
Okay, well, really quick.
What?
Then you agree, you like agreed, maybe sarcastically, but I think you would agree with a lesser stance of like, if we did have the majorities, we should pack the court. You agree with that, right? Or do you fight with Josiah on that?
I mean, like, yeah, I would be open to packing the court, but I think that the long-term reforms are going to be the thing that fixes this problem in the long term. So I think term limits I would pick term limits and a binding code of ethics before I picked like packing the court, but I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to packing the court. But even in that
Do you think
case,
we lack a binding code of ethics?
But even in that case, you would still need Congress to pack the court, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with that.
All right, so
like I said,
that's
we
going to be
don't
tough.
disagree
I'm
on,
just saying
getting elections.
that is going to be tough, even if we get,
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, right. So then...
Practical strategy out the window. We all agree on elections. Like I said earlier, liberals, we're all good together. We all agree we should get elected. We all agree, fight in the primaries, vote down blue, ticket blue, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I feel like I'm more worried than you are about this like latent apathy for whatever like the American government does that seems to exist with like the average voter, where it's like USAID, Department of Education, half of our like voter base doesn't even believe in vaccines, the moon landing, or the last election.
Why would you say that I'm not? But why would you say that I'm not worried about this?
Maybe okay. Sorry, rephrase. I feel like you're not as worried as I am.
Why would you say that though? You don't think
because
this,
it feels.
You don't think this administration horrifies me?
I didn't say that. I said I feel like you're not as worried about like the latent fascism of the American people.
Why would you say
as
that?
I am.
Why would you say that?
Because it feels that way.
Why?
I could be incorrect, but I'm saying, well, because it feels like you're looking at poll numbers and you feel like, okay, cool. The American people are choosing to go against this administration because they have like principled values. And I'm looking at these poll numbers and saying, I feel like Americans are feeling a small hit to their wallet. They're uncomfortable again. And now they're like, well, I guess we'll just swing the other way on the pendulum and try it out again. I feel like the pendulum ride will continue with like this. And I feel like we need to do something to address that.
You don't know like what is going to happen in the next, 10 years.
I'm not claiming to know. I'm just saying this is my best educated guess. Like
I'm just saying, like if you asked Democrats how they felt in 2002 or 2004 about their short-term prospects or prospects, Democrats at that time would have told you, "Fucking this shit's bleak, bro." I mean, like the Republican Party has so much support because the country is rallying behind them after September 11th. Even after 2004, like losing that re-election. And then what happened in the next like 4 years were things that you can't really predict and just Like things really moved the needle towards Democrats to the point where they ended up in 2008 with a 60-seat majority in the Senate. And so, like,
do you think if I asked any like Americans in the 90s, like, hey, would you guys still vote for a party that basically single-handedly started 2 wars in the Middle East, that they would be like, no, of course not. But like, here we are, you know?
Well, listen, I think, how old are you?
28.
And, you know, listen, I think I've had my moment of the kind of anxiety you seem to be speaking to. And it's not that I don't have anxiety anymore. I do. There's a level of acceptance for me about the limitations of the US electorate. I don't have expectations that everybody is going to become like really super engaged and super informed and super educated. It's very unlikely to happen. And so you try
I don't
to,
think I've said that.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the American voters, you know, have broken my heart a number of times in my lifetime. And
Preach.
I don't get my expectations so high that I understand that this is how they are, and they're probably going to make more mistakes in your life, just so you know. And
I feel that. I'm just saying,
for me, that's not a good enough reason to want to jump to like extra legal means that I think would have a really decent chance of backfiring. I don't think that's a good reason to do that. I think if you have a country where one of the political parties is backsliding into fascism and it's a 2-party system, you do need the other party to be somewhat grown up. Like, you do need one party that's like fighting to keep us on the rails.
But now we're back to the question again. If we have 60 years of voting between one party that's responsible and one party that's just children, like, that's not a healthy democracy again, right? So we got to like address that before
you might live in
you
might live in an unhealthy democracy for a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades.
I accept that if it happens, but I refuse to accept that for a lack of trying, especially from like our representative leaders. I don't think they should like.
Right, but again, like, I'm not saying don't try to fix the problems that create the conditions that allow for the kind of fuckery that we get from the Republican Party. My solution is to win elections, do reforms, and deliver policy that you can pitch to the American voters as being from the Democratic Party. Like, hey, we built this fucking train, or hey, we built this massive infrastructure,
and I agree, and I
we
think
created these jobs.
One
and
step further.
I don't know what that
means.
means.
One step further of, and now you guys have to, like, again, like when you see Republicans, right, and the Republican alt media sphere, even the regular media sphere, they make the support for what they want to do, right? They don't like look at what's possible.
No, I hate this shit, bro. I hate it. Fucking pisses me off.
What do you mean you hate it? It's like literally true.
But how's that working out for them right now? Are they doing that?
They did everything they wanted. It's working out exactly how they wanted because they did everything they wanted. They're kicking out illegals. They're fucking shooting fucking Democrats in the fucking streets.
Hang on. You're saying that they the Republicans, they just fucking easily win the messaging war. And are they doing that right now? Are they winning right now?
Yes, because like I said, what's happening with the people who are supposed to be in charge for Alex Ferretti's murder? What's happening to the people who shot Renee Good?
I'm going to scold you.
The public doesn't fucking care.
These are things that are beyond you're talking about things that are like beyond any of our ability.
Palestine is also beyond our voters, but they care about it.
Listen to me. The federal branch of the government, the executive branch of the government, that is baked in for the next 3 years. Okay, we are on that train for the next 3 years. Can't do anything about that.
You're not hearing.
Very unlikely. Hang on. Very unlikely that we're gonna have enough Republican support to convict him in the Senate if they impeach and remove him. Okay, so he's gonna be in that office for the next 3 years. But you're trying to tell me right now with a straight face that the Republican Party right now and their team of their ecosystem of social media influencers and talking heads, and you're telling me that they're winning this like,
the fact that there
right
is the fact that there is any counter narrative at all to what happened to Alex Peretti getting shot by like 12 different officers proves that yes, they are working fucking overtime. There should not be a single counter narrative to that.
Why would you use?
There should not be a single one.
Why would you use this? That is like the worst example you could have possibly used.
It's not.
It is.
It's the perfect example because there should be no other American who's on the other side of this issue.
Shouldn't there should be? Okay, great. Nobody should be a conservative. What is the value of that discussion?
The value proposition is that their media system is obviously fucking working if there is a portion of people who believe this psychotic shit.
We went from 30% to 55% support for abolishing ICE, dog. And you're telling me that they're winning the messaging fight?
I am so happy that our liberals and our lefties are turning out, okay?
Just got fired. Like, why do you think that happened? Because things are going
yes,
great
I'm
with
so happy
ICE.
that like Trump's like sacrificial pawns are going down. That's great. I'm not going to argue against that. We're not getting the big wins that we should be getting on this motherfucker. He should be like impeached now.
We are out
He
of
should not be able to
power.
start wars without Congress.
We
He
don't
should not
have
be
the
able to get
power
a
to
ruling
impeach.
against him from the Supreme Court and then do more tariffs and say
We're
fuck
out
it.
of power.
Actually, find another way.
Listen to me. We are out of power right now. So what do you
I
think should be
accept that.
happening? No, you don't. You say like we should be like
I
impeaching
told you
him.
what should be happening. I told you that we should be making space for these things that we think should be happening.
I don't
Our
know what
media
that
system
means.
doesn't have to lie. I'm explaining it. You don't have to yell at me that you don't know what it means yet. I'm explaining it, right? What I'm saying is that media people, pundits, the class like you, Destiny, Byler Tiger Cohen, David Pakman, all these other people who do say all this shit about why they should be fucking charged should continue to do that shit. The fight should never be over on the fact that these people should face legal fucking ramifications.
Sure.
And like even if it costs us some sort of like electoral thing, if we can do something that like makes this behavior unacceptable in the future, and I'm not necessarily sure what it is, but I think we both agree here.
I need
we
someone
should
to
do
come
it.
up with something that is actually plausible and workable. If you can come up with something that is plausible and workable to demonstrate actual value in the sense of like steering the Republican Party away from fascism, and we pay like a short-term political fight, or a short-term political loss. If you could demonstrate something and give me something that is actually plausible, then of course I would be open to that. So far, I haven't heard anything plausible. Nothing. It's just
Like
like
I said, if the FCC wants to go back into President Captain Lord King Gavin Newsom's hands, and he wants to say, "Hey, we're going to open up like a truth and whatever reconciliation something on Fox News, fucking lying to the American people knowingly about the results of the election," like I think that would be great. If like, I think here would be another one, because it'd probably be a fucking fight and a half to get the Department of Education back. I think you agree with that. I hope you do, because I can't imagine you think Republicans are going to give it for free. But even if we do get the Department of Education back, do you think it's a worthwhile fight, even if it's like not the most popular thing, to say like, hey, it should be illegal for every school in America to ever teach that there was any contention over the 2020 presidential election? Like, is that a fight worth having to make sure children don't learn that the 2020 election could have been rigged?
That gets into constitutional questions. I don't know, like, to what extent the federal government has that kind of control. I mean,
if it's our Department of Education, it's going to be like funds are contingent upon.
No. Just because you have a Department of Education doesn't mean that you get to like supersede the Constitution. And so if it is the case that states have broad leeway to decide whatever curriculum they want to go with, then they just have that power, and you'd have to.
Yeah, but I'm
like,
not suggesting superseding the Constitution, right? I didn't say that. What I said was that
there's
the
a way
Department of
to. I tried to answer your question. Like, if it's possible to do something like that, then maybe I would be like interested in like going down that road. But
not just if it's possible. If it was like an unpopular fight, do you think it would be worth fighting for? Like, and losing some seats or whatever, sort of like, we're kind of slightly unpopular with people for like, oh, how could they control children's education or whatever? Is it a worthwhile fight to make sure children don't grow up learning that the 2020 election actually could have been stolen?
It really depends. It really depends on a lot of things.
I feel like that's absolutely a fight worth having.
Well,
like
again, I don't know. I don't know if the
100.
federal government can change state curriculum. I don't know if they have the authority to do that.
I don't think it's changing state curriculum. I think
Yes,
the
it
Department of
is.
Education was legal before,
Yes,
and
it is.
they
What do you mean?
also put conditional funding. Huh?
Of course, it's.
How's it
of
changing
course-
the curriculum?
How's it changing the curriculum? You're saying you want to ban states from teaching stuff in schools. That's the curriculum.
Well, do you think it would be legal right now to like teach that in a public school that the Holocaust had like justified reasons for happening?
I have no idea. I hope not.
Right, we would probably hope not. It shouldn't be legal to teach lies.
I think my sense is that that's more of a fight that you want to get in at the state level. You would want to try to rally some kind of a movement within that state to fight the state's policies. I don't know if the federal government.
But then we're back in like a shattered democracy again. I feel like where it's like half the states are just like, okay, well,
this is just federalism, man. States absolutely
What
have
I'm
the right
saying-
to do stuff with their laws.
That's fine.
Within the
they do.
boundaries
They
of the
absolutely do.
Constitution.
And if they want to do it, they just don't get any Department of Education funding. That's all I'm saying.
I maybe I don't know. I don't know. It depends. It
Right,
really
I think that's fair. That's like Trump hinged like it's emergency funds on like trans things. So I think it seems like we can do some of that, even if it is like whatever you want to call it, creative or something. I like to call it against the spirit of the law, but
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure I want to replicate Donald Trump's tactics of like threatening to withhold like federal funds. It just really just depends on what the fight is about and where the country's at, and the makeup of the Congress. And there's just so many things to consider that we won't know until we actually are in power the next time. I can't give you. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to reject everything you're proposing here. But you seem to be operating from this perspective of like, there just has to be a way to force this, and this. And that's what I'm trying to push back on these days, is that you do actually have to consider the boundaries of what you can do with power. There are boundaries in this system.
I agree, but I think what I'm arguing is more that like I feel like you're kind of being a buffer to an energy the Democrats have of like, let's get shit done. And I agree, like we all need to keep in mind the Constitution and everything.
I want to do shit. What are you talking
saying...
about though? I want to pass big, bold policy agendas. I do want to get
as
rid
long
of
as it's popular though. Like your caveat that you keep forgetting to add is like if it's popular. Because if it's not popular, you don't like, you'd rather fight other ground, right?
Generally speaking, in politics, you want to avoid doing unpopular things. Why is
generally
this
speaking, but we have exceptional circumstances where we should probably do exceptional things.
I mean, I'm open to some of the things that you might be proposing, but yes, generally you don't want to do unpopular things.
I'm not talking about generally. I'm talking about the specific, I think we both agree, incredibly unique fascist moment right now of like this fucking overripe potato in charge is just doing random shit.
All right. Listen, it was good talking to you. I appreciate it.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Calmly fret. I don't see you in the waiting room, man. What are you, You said your name was formerly Wise, and I don't see you in there. Oh, there you are. Okay. We'll let Jay go first, though. Hold on. Chromier with 19 months. I'll give you a soda with the primer. Moto X Freak with $10. You're my favorite streamer, brother, and I will be in the trenches for you regardless. Maybe we can revisit this later when I'm more calm. Vote blue no matter who. Cheers, buddy. Calmly Fret with $5. Happy to jump on and lay out a concrete, legally grounded accountability mechanism, formerly Wise in waiting room. Okay, I think I got you there. Panic Don't Panic with $5. Most Republicans did not express immediate regret for impeaching President Clinton in 1998 to 1999, viewing it as a necessary constitutional duty to uphold the rule of law against perjury, while some retrospectively regretted it as a political mistake. I would have to listen. I would have to go back and double check your work there, but there was a broad consensus in this country that the impeachment efforts backfired. Anonymous with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, buddy. Advice Giver with 80 months. Thank you. Okay, I do want to let Jay go first because he was in here.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Nice. I wanted to talk to you about something that you mentioned yesterday that kind of stood out to me in a not so great way. You mentioned there was a hypothetical given that if the Supreme Court was the opposite situation that it is right now, if we had a liberal majority, let's say Kamala Harris is the president, and we're coming up after...
Wait, pause real quick. Sorry. Yeah, Moto X Freak. The polling for Prop 50, you mean through the state legislature? The Prop 50 is I just want to say I've never said that there's never any opportunity for a political party to drum up support for a policy. I've never said that. There are sometimes opportunities where it makes sense. And when the Republicans very out in the open announced a plan to steal 5 seats from the Texas redistricting map, that emboldened and empowered California Democrats with the legislative supermajority to move and to drum up support. And you have a situation now where the Democratic voter base are definitely asking their party to aggressively fight Republicans. So that was like a pretty, I would say like a pretty straightforward, pretty easy fight. That is a different thing than like drumming up support for adding, 30 Supreme Court justices and these kinds of things. All right, sorry, go ahead.
I'll just cut to the chase then. Republicans, you said, do you think if Republicans were in the situation that we are now, you said yesterday that you don't think that they would pack the Supreme Court. Is that still, do you still believe that?
Right now? What do you mean?
So if we swapped places and the liberals had a majority on the Supreme Court, let's say it's a 6-3, and we're coming off Roe v. Wade being upheld instead of overturned, and Kamala Harris is president, do you think that in 2028 Republicans would not be supporting putting Republican or conservative justices on the Supreme Court?
I think you would definitely see support for it, but it would still be difficult to pass because that is a very that's one of those things that's considered a real one of those like top 3 break glass in case of emergency things. So, yes, I think you would see more support from congressional Republicans to take that kind of a measure, but no, it wouldn't necessarily be straightforward, and it's unclear if they would have the kind of consensus that they would need.
In the Senate specifically, or with the people, or both?
Well, it's more about talking about like the Senate, but of course the House is relevant too. You would have to like pass a bill through the House as well, but it's more the Senate that would have to decide at that point if they would be willing to get rid of the filibuster or if they would have the votes to pass that bill.
Okay. The reason I have such a big disagreement with that, I think they would, I'd say like 99% sure that they would pack the court in this situation. Especially if Kamala Harris was insert breaking every single law she possibly could, if she was sending ICE to red states or ignoring federal court injunctions, I think they would 100% or 99% pack the Supreme Court. I mean, you can look at, there's been examples throughout the past 10 years. There's 2 big ones that come to mind I took notes of. In Arizona in 2016, they added two conservative seats to their Supreme Court in the state. And then this year, Utah did it as well. They added a couple seats going from 5 to 7, I believe. And they did that after frustrations with the ruling on things like abortion rights. So that they've shown that Republicans, at least at a state level, have shown that they're willing to break that rule or that norm or break glass in case of emergencies to add Supreme Court justices to their state courts if they're giving them rulings that they don't like. I don't see how that would be any different, especially with the amount of pressure that Trump can levy against Republicans right now.
Well, I'm not sure where we disagree. I would say that when you look at Arizona right now, that state seems to be trending towards like a more blue kind of state. So, it's true that the Republican Party do take extreme measures sometimes, but when I look at not just like the federal government and national sentiment towards the Republican Party, when you break it down at the state and local level, they do seem to be being punished all over the country for these kinds of oversteps. And sometimes it doesn't happen right away. Sometimes it takes 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years before the metamorphosis is complete from like a red state to a blue state or a blue state to a red state. But I guess I'm a little confused as well because I don't recall ever saying I was principally opposed to packing the court.
No, it's not that you're principally opposed to it. I just think this is an indication. This is just one of the examples that I looked at in your conversation yesterday that gave me an impression that you're not. I'm not saying that you don't care about what's going on. Obviously, I think that you take it very seriously. But in terms of just how bad the current situation is, and how far Republicans are willing to go to break the norms to support Trump, I think that was a big indication of that. Because I think they would 100% or 99%.
I feel like I'm fully aware of the norms that the Republican Party have broken and the ways that they've sort of chipped away at the guardrails. I've been very much plugged in to politics, talking about it on this stream for several years now. I think what you guys are doing is you're making the mistake of like, you're giving me your prescription. And in my mind, your prescription either has a significant risk of just blowing up in our faces and backfiring and actually helping Republicans accidentally, or they're just not doable. Like, they're just not realistic, plausible solutions. And so when I reject these proposed solutions, what I'm getting back from you guys is, oh, well, you just don't appreciate how serious the situation is. It's like, well, no, it's just, I do, but what you're telling me that needs to happen right now, there's no path for that to happen. It's not going to happen. And so, like, you hear me say that and you're like, well, you just don't care, and you just don't know what needs to be done right now. And it's like, okay, well, give me something plausible. Give me something workable. I've already agreed to, even before people propose these things to me, I've already agreed about certain things that we could hit the ground running and start doing in 2028 or 2029 rather, when the next Congress and president are sworn in. It's just like when you lose me when you say stuff like, you know, we'll just add 30 Supreme Court justices if the courts prevent Gavin Newsom from doing, you know, whatever things, extreme things.
Yeah, just to be clear, I lean more towards agreeing with you in this situation. In this whole entire debate, I am a little bit further, I think, than you and how far I'm willing to go. I am pro packing the court. I'm not pro putting 30 justices in. I think that's kind of crazy. I do think there's a good argument that can be made that can get support from the public, though, on packing the Supreme Court. I look at people like Brad Lander, for example, who you might remember him for running for mayor in New York City. He's running for Congress. He just did a video literally 2 days ago talking about expanding the Supreme Court to 13 seats. And he didn't say why, but I'm assuming it's to match the level of circuit courts that we have. We have 13. I think that's a 100% achievable idea. I think you can absolutely get the public behind that, especially with like how unfavorable people are of the Supreme Court right now. Like their polling this year is at record lows.
But but interestingly enough, I don't think that support for packing the court has reached above 50% yet. So even though they don't agree with a lot of the Supreme Court decisions that are coming down, and I feel like that, I guess maybe if I were to pick like one big issue with the idea of like, we just got to pack the court, is at that point, you should just skip to the, like, I don't think you should pack the court in the absence of like term limits. Because at that point, it just becomes an arms race. This is just going to be a really predictable arms race. So we raise the court, make up to 13. The next Republican president comes in and they do it to 25. And then, you know, that's just going to keep happening. You're going to fix the problem in a much more lasting and permanent and meaningful way by adding term limits and doing other kinds of reforms to get at the long-term problem.
Just to be clear. I agree with you. I do still think term limits are a great idea. I think the last caller said that we don't have a binding ethics code right now, or we do, and I don't think we do. I think the Supreme Court got rid of that, which is a reason that I think this is achievable and gaining public support for is just how corrupt the Supreme Court is. I think driving on that message, like let's say in a hypothetical President Ossoff instead of a President Newsom, he comes in and he says the Supreme Court is unbelievably corrupt. You have Clarence Thomas taking paid vacations from donors. You have Alito's wife flying a flag upside down on January 6th. I think you can absolutely drum up support from that on a similar note that you were responding to earlier with Prop 50 as an example of something that you can build support for. So although court packing might not be at 50%, I think it's something that is worth fighting for, that you can gain enough support for.
I would prioritize the long-term reforms over. I mean, it might be necessary to just have like an arms race where we're going back and forth as far as like
in terms of like the arms race thing. If you look at, I know it's a different situation, but if you look at the gerrymandering situation, would you say that's an arms race as well? Because you had Texas redistrict, you had California respond, and then you had Missouri, and now you have Virginia. I don't think that's going to continue. I think that will stop eventually. I think Republicans were like, oh shit, we didn't think that Gavin Newsom was going to pass Prop 50. We didn't think that, we thought that Democrats were going to lay down and just accept their fate, but they didn't, right? And they went about it. I think Gavin Newsom went about it the right way. Instead of just doing it, he passed a referendum, right?
I mean, I think that's much, much, much easier to do than packing the court. Like the early redistricting in California, in a state like California where you have legislative supermajorities and Democrat at a time where the Democratic voter base is like super fired up. Like that's like, I think that is just a much, much, much different kind of level of difficult. I don't think that was particularly difficult for them to drum up support for that measure. Like when you like,
for sure.
I'm just looking at the numbers now, and like there's recent polls that show that still it's like near 70% of Americans oppose packing the court. So I very much doubt that's going to happen. I very much doubt that the next Democratic president is going to run on that. Generally,
I don't think they'll run on it. Maybe they do. I don't know.
I don't think they're going to run on it, or I don't think they're going to propose it. I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe that changes, but maybe they come out with Supreme Court comes out with an opinion that is just like especially like 10 times even more egregiously bad. And it might be the case that like it'll take some amount of years before people finally warm up to it. But even after all these awful Supreme Court opinions, and even if the public approval of the Supreme Court right now is at an all-time low, it's still kind of difficult to see a path to packing the court right now.
The reason I'd want to push for it right now is because I think there are some reforms that just absolutely need to happen right now before another Republican comes into office. I'm pretty confident you'll agree with most of these reforms. I don't like the idea that people don't think reforms go far enough, or that in the conversation yesterday, it was brought up that you can't bind an unlawful president to the law. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think Trump has absolutely violated the law, but I also think it's a failure of the legal system to hold him accountable. I don't think it's that, and I think the legal system has also enabled it, right? You have the presidential immunity decision. You have the ability for him to pardon everybody once he's out of office, or once he's leaving office, if he loses in 2028, or he or JD Vance or whoever runs. Having that ability, I think, gives them the confidence to commit these crimes. I think if we got rid of the pardon, that's one of the reasons why I'd support packing the court. Because I don't know if maybe you have enough support for a constitutional amendment on the pardon. That would be really, really tough. I think it's way
in the
easier
short term. Like my whole thing was like,
right.
these reforms, I agree with probably a lot of the reforms that you're going to propose, but these are long-term goals, not short-term goals. The short-term goals is just to win elections and do the most that you can do with the power that you have. That's the boring answer that people don't seem to like. People seem to want to have some other third kind of option. And maybe that option presents itself in 4 years after some big thing happens and it's like very disruptive in the culture, and maybe the calculations change, but my whole argument is you need to be prepared for some of these things to be long-term fights, and in the short term, you do need to focus on maximizing electoral wins and be prepared for a long fight. And I lose people when I say that, and they want there to be some other kind of solution to make sure that Republicans can't win elections in the short term, and there is no short-term solution that is plausible or makes any sense. None that I've heard. The ones that I've heard feel kind of nonsensical to me.
No, I agree with you on that. I don't think there is a way to ban Republicans from even contesting or competing in elections like some may think, or just banning them from serving in office going forward. I do think it's worth fighting. I agree with the last caller. I do think it's worth fighting for some changes to try and best prevent them from being successful.
I agree.
Not winning election. Yeah, I know you agree. The problem is, the way I see it, the reason I disagree with you a little bit is because I think if, like, let's say JD Vance or, God forbid, Stephen Miller runs in 2032 and wins.
Stephen
right?
Miller's not going to run. Come on, this guy, he's not going to run. He does not have the juice. That guy is not ever going to win a presidential election. That is not going to happen. That guy is the opposite of charismatic. He is the biggest fucking dork everybody knows that guy is a fucking dork. There's no way that guy is going to win a presidency. Okay.
Hey, Lex Luthor won an election. Okay. Anything.
Lex Luthor had fucking gravitas. Charisma. Stephen Miller is a fucking dork.
I don't know. Most of our country is dork, so
And not going to happen.
He is just obviously. Stephen Miller might obviously be a stretch, but let's say JD Vance comes in 2032. I think JD Vance is. I agree with Ryan Getty on this. I think he's the closest thing we have to a fascist in America right now, or at least close to power. I think that's very, very scary. I think going into 2032 with the pardon still there and the presidential immunity decision, I don't know if democracy can survive at that point. I think it extends beyond a weak democracy or an unhealthy democracy. I think we're talking about the end of democracy. We just happen to have maybe sham elections. Like, who knows there, right? What prevents them from coming in and doing the exact same thing, if not way worse than this current administration is doing? Because a lot of the things that this administration is trying to do and failing at is because of their own incompetency, right? They could 100%, well, I don't know if that's true. They could definitely go further in prosecuting political opposition if it wasn't for appointing a Miss America model, right?
Look, the concept of our republic, our way of life, our system of government being challenged in some existential way is not new. Like, this current threat that we face is obviously new, definitionally. And there are factors that play now that were not relevant 50 years ago. The internet, social media, crypto shit, all the, the whole landscape of human history has shifted a lot, in the last 50 or 100 years. But previous generations have been challenged from outside of the country and from within the country in ways that were existential. And there have been times where people had the same fears about, like, oh my God, is this project going to last? Is this experiment going to last? And, this is us having that moment right now. And we are being tested. The system is being tested. And, we are in danger. And the path forward is perilous and very narrow. And we have to be very careful. But buckle in, man. That's the fucking job. Like, that's where we're at right now. And the best thing that we can do right now to prevent Republicans from doing bad things is to win elections. And so in order to do that, you should run on policy platforms and use messaging that connects with voters. Right now, that's what we're doing. And whatever challenges emerge in 2032, we can have that conversation then. Because that's where I'm at with things. I'll drive myself fucking insane if I'm just sitting here thinking about, well, what if a worse Trump comes in 2032? It's like, okay, well, I can't promise you that's not going to happen, but what I can promise you right now is there are Democrats all over the country that are winning elections and flipping seats, and they're doing it on a particular kind of messaging thing. That is working. It's working really well, and we should keep doing that.
No, for sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you're literally twice as old as I am, so I'll take your word on this being something that is close to something that's happened in the past. I view this as a very unique situation from what I understand, but I'll take your word for it.
I mean, in the context of the Cold War, it was an open question if communism was going to, spread throughout the entire world. It was open question if the Soviets were literally going to fucking nuke us into extinction in the 60s.
Yeah, we had Joseph McCarthy come in and be the Dark Knight. We had him be the bad guy to save us from communism.
The country was threatened by a Great Depression in the 20s into the 30s, right? And like, that was existential. I mean, people were definitely wondering, like, is it, we had a civil war, we had protracted civil rights battle, that was existential in many ways. I mean, in the early decades of the country, of the republic, we were literally fighting wars to survive as a republic. So, yes, the problems now are new and different from those back then, but probably not going to be the last time in your lifetime that things are challenged in this kind of way. And you just, that's the project. That's the fucking project of America. You just fucking keep going, right?
Yeah, I guess I'll just finish with, I think those situations are different. Unfortunately, I think we're closest in comparison to the Civil War, which was a civil war. It wasn't just reforms in the system. But I think the reason we were able to get to where we are today is because our structure is so strong. We have the strong, girthy cock of the American institution.
I agree.
And it's carried us to where we are today. But I'm worried that if we continue at our current rate, and obviously I haven't even talked about the media. I'm a media guy. I try to do my part on TikTok, which is not a place for pro-liberal institutionalists.
I imagine.
It's full of tankies, full of conservatives. But anyways, I fear that if we continue on the current path we're on, even like not doing what I feel is enough, like getting rid of the pardon. I think we got to try what we can do as soon as possible. And if that takes a long time, then I'm willing to fight that long. But I think we need to start trying for that now. I don't think we can just say, we'll keep fighting that battle as we go on. I think we need to push very aggressively. And if we can't get there, that's unfortunate. We'll have to find other ways to make it through where we currently are. But I think we have to absolutely try. And I think preserving the system as it is an important thing. Reading On Tyranny was huge for my pro-institutionalism. Like I've totally, and the Biden presidency, I was more of a Bernie guy. I mean, I was like 16, but I was more of a Bernie guy and when he ran in 2020. But after Biden's presidency, I have way more respect for American institutions. And it sucks seeing this administration just totally piss on the entire institution itself. So
does suck. I agree.
I do think that I do think, and I'm going to try to do this, push more aggressively on my platform for these changes. I've already been doing that. Like I did call for Nuremberg style trials, not where the crimes or the outcome is predetermined or anything, but I do think there needs to be a public recounting of all the bad things that have happened, just to try as much as we can possibly to educate the American people and get them to care about this. Because unfortunately, you're right that you can't necessarily rely on the voters to make a good decision every time. But I think the fact that a man who tried to overthrow the government in 2020 and 2021 won the presidency is too big of a mistake to let go. I think we need to.
Here, let me jump in because I agree with you. Like, here's a good example of what I think could have gone better. I think that the impeachment after Trump was already out of office was justified, and I think it was a missed opportunity in the same way that I think that the January 6th Select Subcommittee was a missed opportunity as well, because the Democrats did everything quote unquote right, but I think they were stuck in this mindset of, just let it play out on C-SPAN, and the networks will cover maybe this or that thing. What they needed to do was hire like a really competent, capable team of people that understand the digital space, and they should have been aggressively pushing like short form content, massively simplifying like what had happened and explain to people in a way that can fit in a fucking 30-second video, which is kind of depressing that we're at a point where people's attention spans are that low that you need to condense things in that kind of way. But I think that would have gone a long way to educate people on like the fake elector scheme and the Ukrainian phone call to Zelensky. That was the first impeachment. I mean, these things were like really kind of complicated, and you have to sit down and really unpack like all the different layers of these conspiracies and these high crimes and misdemeanors. But they didn't do that. They just did their hearings, and they did the traditional media channels, and I don't think that they met the moment in terms of recognizing how people consume content now. So I do think you need to do what like Newsom did, which is his team obviously understands the homework. They understand the online space in a way that very few politicians' teams apparently do. And so if you do another round of impeachments after Democrats take back the House, you need like to hire literally hundreds of people that understand the online space and know how to message efficiently within that space. And so, yeah.
No, for sure. And I think it also needs to come from people like me, not to gas myself up or anything, but I think it needs to come from more smaller creators like me, the even bigger creators like Adam Mockler, who's really good on TikTok. Like those type of platforms, I think we need to extend to. I think the Democrats have been doing a decent job at that recently with the changes they've made. So hopefully that continues going forward. But I think as we're like talking about the media system and changing the way we look at that, I definitely do think that trying to meet people where they're at more instead of relying on places like or media like C-SPAN instead, like trying to go there into platforms like TikTok and even on YouTube. What you do is important, and I think
it has to be authentic too. It can't be, you really do need to hire people that know how to speak authentically and come across authentically, because if people sniff any kind of inauthenticity on social media, then that's like a death sentence. You just get dunked on and ratioed, and so it has to
I know.
Yeah. All right, well, listen, it was good chatting with you.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Do you mind if I do a quick shout out real quick? I've been doing it a lot already.
Sure.
If you want to hear more about me, dunk on conservatives or dunk on Hassan and make him mad and give Hutch free content, go follow me on TikTok. I feel jaded, JAYDID_. Thanks very much.
Hey, take it easy. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to take any more calls here. Do appreciate the conversation. I get a little frustrated sometimes, but hey, listen. The 20 with $20, Jimmy Snow and Jovan Bradley on the line said they'd vote for Crockett over Tallarico, even if Tallarico could win the general and Crockett couldn't. Berated a caller just for saying we should care about winning. You should roast the VOD. Well, that's fucking stupid. Who are these people? That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. There's a lot of that going around these days, man. People don't... if there's one thing I want to stress to people more and more and more, to the best of my ability, is just stressing the importance of fucking winning elections. That was what the whole fucking Ezra Klein discourse was about, like, I feel like I've been banging on that drum for fucking years. At the end of the day, what it comes down to is winning elections. We need to win more elections. I'm looking at their channel here. Hang on. I was paid $300 to take this call. War crimes, Jasmine Crockett, this one. Democrat caller says supporting Jasmine Crockett is bad.
Alan in Miss.
Thank you for putting this on my radar. I don't think I have the energy or the stamina to get through this today. I think I'm going to call it there, guys. I think I need to take a little bit of a shorter day today, which 5.5 hours. I think it's kind of cool that my version of a shorter day these days is 5.5 hours. We can take some more calls. I think right now I just need to fucking unplug for a little bit and start grinding on Marathon. But we'll be live tomorrow at the normal time, and then probably on Sunday as well. I'm starting to get hangry and cranky. Jesus Christ, do not go on Twitter. It's bad for you. Wait, what's going on Twitter? What's bad about Twitter? It's just the normal Twitter badness. Is that what you mean? Excess Boat, thank you so much for a year on Twitch. Appreciate it, buddy. Nathiator with the tier 1 subscription on Twitter. Thank you so much. Are you going to play Marathon? Yeah. I think Marathon, I put about 8 hours into it, and so I definitely need... I would say it's a pretty complex game, so I need to definitely put in the work, but the longer I played, the more I liked it. Definitely. Definitely. The longer I played, the more I liked it. All right, let me figure something out. Oh, Loner Box is live. Here, let's do that. All right, we'll do that. And then Twitch, you guys can raid whomstever you please. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow at the regular time. That's it. I'm going to go. Bye-bye. I love you guys. Bye.